All right, folks. Let's get this show on the road. I'm going to get my microphone set up. We have a grand total of 0 viewers, so Tyler and I can chat.
How have you been?
For those of you who are going to see this as a recording, every time I do a sound check, you do not have to comment. That's only relevant if you're watching this live. All right, but it's very interesting, right? So while I'm trying to figure out the audio video stuff, and for a good reason, my camera did crap out. Every time I try to figure out the audio video stuff, I ask, "Can you guys hear me?" 2 weeks later, somebody will say in the comments that they do.
Yeah, I always like that.
I think they're being funny, personally.
Maybe there are people that are that out of touch, I suppose you could say.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely, man. You see, like, we get comments all the time on our videos and stuff where it's, it'll be a 4-year-old video and somebody will comment, and we've made like a video about the next gun that came out, like the next iteration of that same gun. And people are like, "What? Haven't you seen this new gun?" And it's like, yeah, there's a video about it on our channel like 2 years earlier than the video you're commenting on. Yeah. Like, so it's very, people just don't pay attention, I think.
Yeah, very cool. And yeah, so we'll have a few people watching this. If you guys can see us and hear us, please say something in the comments. Somewhat unusually, I do not have a long, boring prepared speech. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes as we have more people chime in, and then I'll start asking Tyler a bunch of questions. Okay. So my purpose today is to let Tyler kind of run this thing, because I am planning to pick your brain mercilessly and make fun of you whenever there is an opportunity. So,
excellent. Okay, as long as I can do the same. And
absolutely.
And also, there are many, many things I have questions for you on as well.
So the reason I started doing the live thing is that I'm enjoying doing the live. Hey, Brian. Do you know Brian Hogan?
I did not. The name doesn't. I don't.
So he thinks he can shoot. Yeah, he lives in New York. Where will we find a guy who can shoot in New York, for God's sake?
There are plenty of folks.
I know. I'm friends with Brian. I'm making fun of him. Okay, let me adjust my light, and I'll give you a little bit of an introduction. We'll go from there. All right. The reason I'm not as prepared today as I would normally be is not just to put Tyler on the spot, but mostly because I just wrapped up with my Muay Thai practice. Everything hurts, and I needed a few minutes of a breather. I am a chubby, overweight, middle-aged engineer, and this whole Muay Thai thing is trying for me. So bear with me as I catch my breath. Somewhat unusually for me today, I'm not wearing a Dark Lord of Optics t-shirt or an NYPD t-shirt. I usually wear one of those. This particular one, you can't see the whole thing because the proper camera is not working, but you can see this on the shoulder. This stands for VC Defense. It is a gun store in Thousand Oaks in Southern California, owned by a friend of mine, John Van Colm. I was in LA a couple of weeks ago and picked up this t-shirt from him. He is doing his best to implement change in Southern California, supporting conservative, libertarian-minded, pro-Second Amendment candidates, which is not an easy thing in California. So if you guys are anywhere in Southern California, swing by. It's called VC Defense in Thousand Oaks. Tell them Fat, Bold Russian guy sent you. There is only one, really. Yeah, not any more fat.
There's none of that, right?
You laugh. Thanks to Hollywood, my accent makes me basically safe in every part of the United States. Right?
You're feared.
Pretty much, which is hilarious because I'm basically a mild-mannered optical physicist for practical purposes with a few funny hobbies, but I'm generally pretty harmless. But I open my mouth, I'm 300 pounds, and I'm bold, and I have a beard, and I have an accent, and here we are.
We have a number of Russian folks that work for us at Pyramid Air.
Oh.
And I don't know if you know this, but
I know nothing about Pyramid Air. It's one of my questions.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to it. But our president is from Russia.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and came over here, I think, just after, I think, the fall of the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong about the timing, but yeah, I mean, so I'm very used to the accent. And actually, like, that's part of my familial background as well. So, yeah, so it's not, I like the accent personally.
Oh, that makes one of us. I learned, my mother was an English-Russian interpreter. So when I came to America, I was 15 years old, but I spoke pretty decent English. I never had to take English as second language classes, for example. I placed out of that, but the accent was already well set. Kids who come here at that age, a little younger, and learn English here, they usually lose the accent or have less of an accent than I do. Mine was already done.
I grew up with a bunch of kids that were either transplanted to the U.S. at a very young age or had Russian parents. And I played tennis, so a lot of Russians play tennis, especially here in the U.S. So I remember you would hear you couldn't tell the kid was Russian until you heard him talking to his parents. And it was like once they started throwing out, like actually speaking in Russian, the tone of their voice and the accent completely changed.
Okay. Anyhow, so a couple other quick things. Mr. Cyclops Joe is here, so we don't have to make fun of each other. We can make fun of Joe. Brian Hogan, who you don't know, is apparently a Pyramid Air customer.
Appreciate it, Brian.
Okay. And just for Joe, no, Mr. Bond, I want you to die. How's that for a fake Russian accent? All right. Moving on. So we're doing another show on airguns. Airguns is not quite my field of expertise. I have a few, and I talked about that a bit with Joe about 10 days ago, thereabouts. I have always viewed airguns, at least that's what they were for me, as training for shooting firearms. And to a significant degree, it still is. But a couple of things are changing. One is I have two preteen kids that I'm slowly learning to shoot using rimfire, and I think airgun is not a bad way to do this. And two, as I said, I stumbled onto a field target competition, and I was amazed at how good those guys are. And I heard a rumor somewhere along the grapevine that Tyler can shoot a little bit here and there. Yeah, that's what I heard. So when an opportunity came up to bring Tyler on and pick his brain about competition shooting, field target, guns and all that, I figured I don't think I'm going to have a better opportunity. So here we are. For those who do not know you, please introduce yourself, give us a little bit of your background, and we'll go from there.
Sure. My name's Tyler Patner. I work for Pyramid Air. We are the largest airgun retailer in the world, as far as I know. I am the product manager over there, so intimately familiar with all things airgun. I've been shooting airguns for, I think, a little over 10 years now. Got into them in high school because I didn't have access to firearms, and got into field target a few years after I started in airguns, and since then have traveled the world a little bit, shooting at the World Field Target Championships. I think the last 5 years or so, and I do okay. Haven't won one yet. Hopefully one day, but that's all right. As far as field target goes, my career is still quite young there. So, but here in the U.S., I've won a couple pistol field target national championships. Placed in the top 3-5 spot. At the nationals in rifle a few times. So I do all right as far as airgun competition goes. But yeah, as a side hobby, I suppose, Ilya, you don't know this, but I love airguns. Okay, I consider myself a airgun connoisseur. If it's new, it's interesting, whatever, I want to touch it. I would consider myself an even bigger optics whore, if for lack of a better phrase. If I've owned maybe 300 airguns to this point, I've probably owned double that in optics, although not nearly the breadth of scopes that you've run and touched and had a hand in. So like I said before,
That's a lot of scopes.
Yeah, yes, it is. But most of them are not nearly as nice, high end, and quality as what you have. That's only been the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. But obviously, it's not part of my job necessarily. So I have to oftentimes pay out of pocket for them, which makes getting hands on a little harder. But yeah, so all things shooting, I do obviously a fair bit of firearms shooting as well. Personal time, I'm not a competition firearm shooter by any stretch, but basically anything with a trigger, I think I can do all right with. But air guns are definitely my thing.
Awesome. Okay, so you work for Pyramid Arms. You said you're a product line manager.
Just like kind of overarching product manager for Pyramid Air, and also our wholesale side, which is Air Venturi, which, like, if you've been to SHOT Show, you may have seen our booth there as Air Venturi.
I think won't you guys make a Nomad 2 compressor? Is that yours?
Yep.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Ah, cool.
Changed my airgun life.
Ah, good. Yeah.
Because before that, I was using a manual pump. I'm pretty sure I've gained 40, 50 pounds since I bought that compressor.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's where I started with air guns, was with that's where I started with PCP air guns, was with a hand pump. And I bought a 2000 PSI fill gun, the Benjamin Discovery, back 9 years ago or so. And very, very quickly after I bought my first 3000 PSI fill gun, I was like, no more. Because for me, I'm not a big guy, especially at the time. I was a college athlete and had like 2% body fat. I weighed nothing. But I mean, I could handle it, but getting to 3000 PSI for me, I was like jumping to push the pump down once I got up above like 2700. So that was I very quickly said, give me a tank, please, God. This was before compressors.
For me, that's basically one arm, and I don't have to press it. Just leave it on there and it goes down. No, not quite that bad, but it's the effort of each stroke is not a big deal. Like I said, I'm a 300-pound lifetime martial artist. It's the number of them that annoyed me. Yeah, it takes a while. It's not an easy thing to do. It can be a good workout if you're into that sort of thing, but I think most people would rather be pulling the trigger than pushing a pump or pushing and pulling. I'm into this sort of thing, not that sort of.
Agreed. Yeah.
Like I'm finishing up my requisite glass of water after practice, and I'm switching to the good stuff.
Good man. I made myself a tall mixed drink there, just whiskey and ginger ale. So I saw you and Joe drink, and I figured that was the thing. So I'm all for it.
Which reminds me, I'll need to ask you. You need to tell me which bullet type you want in your glass. I'll send you one.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyhow, so you mentioned you were a college athlete.
Yeah.
Athlete in tennis, or?
Yeah. I played Division I tennis, not well, but I was good enough to play every so often. At Western Kentucky University, the program has since been disbanded thanks to Title IX. If you're not familiar with Title IX, so basically it's basically the rule in college athletics that says you have to have the equal number of men's sports to women's sports. We don't have to get into that, or we can.
Oh, we can. I do politics very frequently, but it depends on your. So it depends on your tolerance for profanity. If it's high, we can do politics.
Yeah, I'm good. You say whatever you want, as long as I'm given the freedom to do the same.
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. So the program's since been done away with, but that happened after I graduated. So I played competitive tennis at the national level since I was like 9 or 10 years old. And then obviously went to college and really found out in college that, like, once you find out that anything is a global competition, you find out really quickly that you're not going to do anything past that level. And, tennis is absolutely one of those sports where everybody, all over the world plays. So you find a lot of great players, especially at the college level from other countries. So that was a very eye-opening experience for me, and then getting to watch, our best guys go up against some amazing players from other schools was really incredible, and realizing I was nowhere near that level. So for me, I found air guns and field target competition right about the time I turned 18 and then going into college. I was very fortunate to have a club not that far away. I was, in Southern Kentucky, and driving, 2 hours into Tennessee was not that big of a deal. The patron state of shooting stuff is always a good time. So for me, that was a great experience, and got to meet some good folks. And really that's what kept me in field target, because the shooting part of it, I think, and you probably have found the same, is only a small part of what you actually enjoy. It's the people, the camaraderie, and sharing your experiences that really, I think, hooks you in. And field target's full of that.
I don't do competitions. I will, but I don't. But once a year I go to SHOT Show. And if they cancel it this coming January, I will be heartbroken, because we're all spread all over the country. It's more catching up with friends than just seeing new stuff, right? Yeah. Anyhow, let's do this. Guys, I see you're asking questions. I'll put them all up on the screen and we will go through them. But before that, I want to pick Tyler's brain a little bit about field target competitions. We'll cover the gear at more length during the Q&A. But first of all, I assume most of my audience are firearm guys, not so much airgun guys. So I don't know how much they know about field target, different categories, hunter or open or whatever else. Can you give us kind of a primer of sorts on field target, and then we'll get into the Q&A?
Sure. So field target is a airgun target sport, originally purposed to kind of be a hunting simulation sport. So you shoot at metal silhouette targets that have a hole in the center of them, and I apologize for not having one handy. But basically, a hole in the center, you shoot through it, and it hits a paddle that makes the target fall over. It's pretty simple. If you don't hit the paddle, you don't make it through the hole, target doesn't go over, and you don't get the point. So you play anywhere from 10 to 55 yards, unknown distances, and we use, in this case, the scopes to range find the target through your parallax adjustment. So in the US, we play up to 20 foot-pounds of energy, and there are 2 divisions where you can shoot that power level. One is our open division, which allows you to use any magnification of scope. And again, a gun up to 20 foot-pounds. You're sitting on a seat on the ground, and you can use straps to kind of help support your body in that seated position. You can wear a shooting jacket, use a glove. You can have all sorts of attachments hanging off of your gun. And really, that's kind of the anything goes class, if there was one. And then the other division where you're allowed 20 foot-pounds is our hunter division. And that is a little more restrictive. So you're only allowed a 16 power scope. You can use a scope that has more magnification than that, but you have to set it to 16 or below. And the hunter division, unlike the open division, in open you're click adjusting everything. You're physically compensating with the optic for the difference in distance between shots. Whereas in hunter division, you're not allowed to touch the scope outside of the parallax adjustment, and maybe turning the magnification down below 16 if you wanted to. So you're using all hold over and hold under in your reticle. And then that's all done from a elevated seat. So the common term is a bucket, like shooting from a 5-gallon bucket, but you can use any kind of seat without a back. And you're using typically shooting sticks. Now you don't have to, but think about like the Primo's trigger sticks, if you're familiar. That's kind of the most common set of sticks that are used. So you have like a V-notch to support the gun, and then you have a good seated position where you can rest your elbows on your knees or kind of whatever's comfortable for you. And we see a lot of, I don't know how to say this delicately, but we see a lot of older shooters shooting in that hunter division purely because they don't have to get up and down off the ground. That's a big thing, and everybody.
Well, I was about to say that the hunter division sounds very appealing to me until your last phrase.
Well, it's easier to maneuver. I'll say that. And then I shoot in the WFTF division, which WFTF stands for World Field Target Federation, which is kind of the global sport of field target, which the rest of the world shoots at 12 foot-pounds. So for anybody that's not familiar, 20 foot-pounds with an airgun, a 177 airgun, is like 10.3 grain pellet at 920 feet per second or so. You don't have to shoot that fast, but you can go up to that. Where 12 foot-pounds is an 8 grain pellet at 800 feet per second. So considerably slower.
A lot more wind movement.
Absolutely, yes. And that's the big equalizer. But the WFTF Division is shot exclusively sitting on your ass on a bag or a seat of some sort that's no higher or taller than 6 inches. Fully supporting the gun, you are allowed a shooting jacket. You're allowed some other aids like a butt hook assembly system. Mm-hmm. So kind of hooks through the shoulder. Yeah, I was told I had to be careful. No guns, so I apologize.
Yeah, thank you, YouTube.
Yeah, right. And you're also allowed a adjustable, what we call a hamster or a knee riser, which this one's made by company Rowan Engineering in the UK. And the nice thing is this adjusts kind of any position you could want for angle and things. Okay. So this would rest on your knee like that. So if you could picture the gun here, you'd be holding it like that. And if you needed a, upward angle shot, you can adjust for those things very, very easily. You don't have to use something like this. This is just a very popular one. So that WFTF Division, like I said, shot exclusively on the ground outside of your kneeling and your standing shots, which everybody has to do regardless of division. You can use any magnification of scope you want. And again, you're click adjusting to, play with your elevation there as your distances change. Was that good enough?
Yeah, no, that's pretty good actually. I'm taking some notes on. Okay. To ask you later. So there is open, there is hunter, and there is this international thing, right? International thing is kind of like open, but 12 foot-pounds energy.
Yeah, very similar. There are a couple like small details on the guns that you can't do in WFTF that you can do in open, but they're very hard for me to explain without having like pictures and such. Yeah.
Okay. So how big did you say the targets typically are, and how far away?
Good call. So 10 to 55 yards, and target size varies from 3/8 of an inch here in the US to 1.5 inches. You can go bigger than 1.5 inches, but really nobody does. Internationally, it's 15, 25, and 40 millimeters. So that's like 5/8, 1 inch, and 1.6.
25 is 1 inch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand those better than the inch part.
Fair enough. My brain works in metric actually better than it does in SAE. So
it's not just yours. Everybody who has ever seen metric, but yeah.
Well, I will say this: I don't do mil radians. Like I learned kind of what hold-offs meant and everything with MOA optics, and that's kind of where my brain has resided. And I've never taken the time to really sit down behind a scope with MRAD adjustments and really understand it. I get that everything works on a 10 system, which is from a metric perspective much easier. But for whatever reason, like looking at a reticle, mil radians just does not.
It's so there's nothing metric about milliradians, right? Milliradian IMOA, it's all angles. It really comes down to what kind of holes you're used to, right? I shoot mostly with milliradian, and I know exactly what 0.5 mil hold is, or 0.2 mil hold is, or 1.8 mil hold is. I know what those look like, and I know how they correlate to what kind of wind, that kind of stuff. Okay.
And you can do it at different distance.
Correct.
Yeah.
But had I started with MOA, it would have been pretty much the same thing. It makes no practical difference. As long as you think in angular units, it really doesn't matter too much. For typical centerfire trajectories, milliradian generally works slightly better because the holes are easier to memorize.
That makes sense. Yeah, and I think a lot of people get caught up with, especially when you're talking about MOA specifically, the fact that it's not 1-to-1. So it's not 1 inch at 100 yards.
Yes, it's
and
not.
people are like, it's not really 1 inch, so you can't equate it to that. And it's kind of like, hey man, it's close enough for government work here.
Well, so because you're shooting out to 50 yards with an air gun, right? So it's really effectively, 1 MOA is 0.5 inch at 50. The difference is very, very small. As you start going further out, the difference does accumulate.
I could see, yeah. Well, I mean, you got an extra, what, 1/3 of an inch or so, or a quarter, and a little over a quarter, right?
It's 1.04 or something like that.
Oh, okay. Well, much less.
It's very small. It's very small, but it starts accumulating. But regardless, sorry, I'm getting off topic, but you hit a hot button.
You're good.
Angular units versus linear. The biggest problem with MOA, the biggest strength of MOA is that one MOA is approximately 1 inch at 100 yards. So everybody kind of knows what that looks like. The biggest weakness of MOA is that it is approximately 1 inch at 100 yards.
Approximately being the key.
No, it's not approximately. Even if it was exactly 1 inch, it would still be both a strength and a weakness. And the weakness is that if you are shooting far away, you have to decouple yourself from linear units. You can't think of drop and wind in terms of linear units. You have to think in terms of angular units. You have to correct in angular units. You can't shoot at a target and miss by 2 feet, let's say. And you can't start thinking, oh, I missed it by 2 feet. So how do I correct by 2 feet? Because all your corrections, everything is in angular units. So when you shoot a target and you miss a longer range, you have to think, oh, I missed by a milliradian or by 2 MOA or whatever, it doesn't matter. But as long as you're thinking in angular units and correcting in angular units, you're good.
Sure.
You should minimize the number of times you convert linear to angular, and you should think in angular.
Well, and this all helps when you're using a first focal plane optic, of course.
Yes, yeah, very much so. It's one of the reasons why there's always an argument between F-class guys and PRS guys, right? F-class guys think in terms of linear units, but they have a certain size target at a certain distance that has rings of a certain diameter. They think in terms of the diameter of the rings on that target and care about nothing else, nor should they.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a target of weird-ass size at a weird-ass distance, you may not necessarily know right offhand. You have to think in terms of angular units.
This is a really good conversation point for field target, but shot internationally, because you have 3 target sizes, and it becomes very, very easy to do a couple things, like bracketing being one of them, so you can kind of double check your range finding when temperature variation gets thrown in and some of those things. But also because I think only 1 or 2 companies have done something very interesting with their reticle designs, where they incorporate like a scaling system, Collis, you know, the K1050. They have this neat little thing that kind of helps you range find. It's a bracketing system, but it comes in very handy when you know exactly what that target size is versus
choke style rangefinder.
Yeah,
they've been used in artillery and the rifle scopes forever and a day, but they're usually designed for roughly the size of an average human being.
Which makes sense.
Depends on what you're planning to shoot, right? So it's a really interesting thing. Everybody's marketing all these reticles with choke style rangefinders. And I've done a couple for spotting scopes for people, right? But you cannot say that you are designing it for an average size of a human being, because we are civilians. Right, and there will be some Greenpeace psycho who's going to go after your family, claiming you're planning to shoot people, right?
Right.
Oh, a typical target plate is 18 inches wide, and we're just helping you shoot better at the range. No, it's designed to hit center of mass far. People who are so far away, they have no idea you're anywhere near.
Yep.
That's kind of interesting thing. Very cool. So is there a limitation in field target on how heavy your gun, optics, and all that is?
No, but one thing, and that's like something with airgun bench rest, that's a thing, right? And actually just general bench rest and also silhouette, you have weight limits by division or class. And in field target, that's not a consideration. But so in the WFTF division, for example, you cannot, once you start the match, you cannot add or take off anything. So that means when you get to that standing lane or that kneeling lane where you have more of that gun's weight affecting you as a shooter, that means you can't take anything off the gun to lighten it up, or conversely, which I think would be better, is actually make it heavier and help slow that movement when you're shooting offhand. So you have to live with it, however you set up the gun, you have to live with it through the course of a match. But yeah, we see like an open division.
Thank you. The gravity of the moment has been observed.
And so we've begun.
You're about to get a drunk Russian here.
That's good. Actually, I don't know if you could see that. You can read
There
that
you go,
better.
yeah.
Yeah, I got this at a bar in Texas a few NRA shows ago. So so weight, is a big thing. I don't personally consider a heavier gun to be a bad thing for a few reasons. Number one is that that weight stabilizes the gun, especially when you're shooting self-supported, so off your knee most of the time. You know, if 90% of your shots are from that seated position in any of these divisions. So for me, that's obviously where your bread and butter has to be. Those are the shots you should make every time, right? You don't, of course, but those are the ones you should. So for me, I want a little bit heavier gun, but I still have to also consider then being able to support it offhand without fatiguing during the course of a lane. And it's a different consideration when you're shooting domestically versus internationally, because here in the US, we shoot each target twice most of the time. So you shoot 4 shots per lane. There's 2 targets per lane. Usually our courses are 60 shots. Overseas and in most of Europe, you find that courses are 50 shots, sometimes a little less, but for world championships, they're 50. And you will shoot usually 2 or 3 offhand and kneeling lanes respectively through the course of a day. So that means basically every 5th lane, you're seeing what we call a positional. So whether it's kneeling or standing. And you don't know on that day until you get there, right, if you're going to see 4 standing lanes and 1 kneeling, 2 and 3, 3 and 2. Like, you don't know how the match director has necessarily done that and split those apart, because you might find one course is at a Worlds in specific, because of the way they can set the courses. You might find that you have 4 offhand standing lanes and 1 kneeling lane one day on one course. And then on the next course, the following day, you might have the exact opposite, or they could split it evenly and do 3 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 2. You know, there's just no rhyme or reason to it. But so for shooting internationally, in my opinion, it's easier because you only have 2 shots. So you're only there for maximum 3 minutes. You know, so you throw the gun up, you range your target, whatever, you take your shot, and then you're on to the next target. You do the same thing, you know, and it's a little bit easier both mentally and physically, where you have less time of supporting that gun regardless of the weight. And then conversely, here in the US, when you're shooting 4 shots on a lane where you're standing, that you feel it by that 4th shot, you know exactly how heavy your gun is. And that's where a lot of people fall short, is on those positional lanes. And then the common theme is that the offhand and kneeling lanes on a course are really what make and break the, you know, first place to the second to the third. And, you know, that's usually when you talk to those guys that are up there and finishing at the very top, it's usually, I missed a standard today. And they're like, shit, you know, that just threw me out of the running, because I know that guy behind me who's, you know, 1 point behind me, he's going to clean this lane. So now I have to be perfect on everything else. And it's what it does to you mentally. I think that most people undervalue in terms of the competition aspect, right? And I think that goes across the board. It's always thinking about, you have to separate that part of your brain from saying, oh man, that guy 3 lanes ahead of me, I know he's 1 point behind me, I just dropped the shot. In your head, you have to say, I know he's clean, like he hasn't missed, he's not gonna miss, which means I can't miss. So you either take that as you're putting pressure on yourself, or you're giving yourself like a no, you know, a threshold, right? Or a limit, where you're saying, all right, I'm going to toughen up and I'm going to make everything from here on out. It doesn't always work that way.
60 rounds is a long course of fire.
Yeah.
So I think I want to adjust my light again, because I'm looking a little bit more sinister than I should. Now I look more reflective than I should. I'll take it. Anyhow, so I mentioned it in the last live cast I did with Joe. A friend of mine is a former world champion back in the 70s or 80s, Olympic-style 50-meter handgun, you know, shooter. Mm-hmm. He was a head coach of a Russian Olympic shooting team in, I think, London Olympics, and he coached the Navy Merchant Marines, I think. Here he has dual citizenship, US and American. So after talking to him for a bit, I started shooting Airgun, a pistol, quite a lot. I bought this FAS 6004 from Pyramid Air quite a long time ago, And one of the advantages of my day job is that I run a very small company, and that's a US subsidiary of an Israeli company. So my boss is 8,000 miles away, and I have a shooting range in the warehouse between the shelves.
Somebody gets it, folks.
So I was doing that at work, and I bought a little Crossman Silhouette 2300S, the CO2. And that's what I shoot now in my backyard. And I started doing a lot of these, just 10 meter style, basically. It's not 10 meters. I have, I think, 12 or 14, whatever. Just trying to fire a reasonable number of shots and rebuild my position every time and be consistent. Boy, is it hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they are doing this, well, they and people like you are doing these 60 rounds, and they're all in this little 1/8 dot, whatever that you guys shoot. It's insane. I don't know how you do it.
Well, the nice thing about field target, so I tried my hand at a 10 meter pistol for a while, and I just found it unbearably boring. For me, aiming at a pencil tip is just atrocious. Like it not only is it difficult, but it's also just mind numbing in a way, because you have to be robotic. But field target is interesting in the sense that not only do you have different target sizes, but you also have different target positions. So you could get a target that is 20, 30 feet up in a tree, and you're having to go like this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So not only that, but depending on the terrain of the course, you get uphill, you can also get downhill. There have been worlds matches where they've shot, on the sides of mountains, basically. So you get some very interesting positional changes, which, anybody that's listening may or may not know, I suppose. The angles can wreak havoc on your shooting, even at 50 yards with an air gun. So if you don't know what you're doing there, that can be a very big problem. But also you have targets that are positioned differently in the woods or in a field. So you may be hearing the wind in the woods, but not seeing it downrange. You might be seeing the leaves move 30 feet up in a tree, but you're not seeing any foliage or anything down the lane on the ground level move. So you have to take those things into consideration. And it's a much more mentally active shooting process. It's not so much about quieting the mind like it is in 10 meter. It's more about, okay, it's like golf. Every shot is different, even if it's the exact same. And you have to approach it in that sense without breaking what you're talking about and building that position, without breaking that kind of mechanical robotic chain that you've built for yourself. Because what you find inevitably is that all those top guys do everything the same for every shot. The way they cock their gun, load their gun, then range, or if they range first, it's always the same for every single shot. And if you break that, that's when people miss. For whatever reason, right? It could be because the guy behind you is talking, or somebody asked you a question, or they called a cold line and you had to stop. Like any of those things can get in your head. But at the same time, you can't just stop what you're doing up here and forget, I have to think about the wind. Is that target exactly the distance I ranged it at? Is that what temperature is my scope right now? These are all things that you have to be kind of constantly taking into account. And that's personally for me, that like from a shooting perspective, that's why I love it, because it's never the same. You could shoot the same course 4 times in a row and get 4 different scores.
Very interesting. See, I'm a cerebral guy. Thinking through stuff comes fairly naturally for me. The thing that I'm not capable of is this complete quieting of the mind. That's one of the reasons I started shooting originally, is that I don't have the patience to do yoga. And I live a fairly high stress life. I have, aside from my day job, which is not exactly low impact, I have multiple other things that I do, and I consult and I do a bunch of other things. I have no other way to clear my mind and put everything else away. And then I go to the range and I do my, standing thing, or just for the long range. No, none of my friends can shoot with me. I can spend 6 hours in the range and fire 12 shots because they're very far away.
Yeah.
And I have to really, really focus on each one. And I'm not naturally a calm person. So none of this comes easily to me. And by the time I am done, once I've achieved that state where I am not thinking about work and kids, this is my 20 minutes of peace. That's how I recharge.
Yeah, there's, for me, this is part of the problem with, they say you do something you love and you never work a day in your life. I'm sure you've heard that before. I don't know if I can exactly relate to that statement. I love my job. I love what I do. But it's also, to your point, like for me, it's high stress. Maybe for somebody else walking in off the street, it wouldn't be high stress. But I think part of my problem is like I care about what I do in terms of not only what I'm working on, but also the impact that whatever I'm working on is going to have on people I like and talk to frequently, like just within the airgun community. So for me, that's important. And I put a high value on that. So when things aren't right, like it throws my day, for me, but that shooting is like, I kind of prefer shooting with other people. Just because it's a little bit of like you can BS and kind of create a little bit a mini competition. I don't necessarily thrive off the competition like some folks do, but I enjoy just like dicking around with your buddies. Like there's something great about that. Like everybody probably here has shot a 22 or an inexpensive firearm round, on a dueling tree or some kind of target where the guy in the lane next to you, you're trying to outdo him, whether it's shooting a smaller group or shooting that spinner target out there, whatever the case may be. I think we've all kind of had that instance where you just get caught up in the enjoyment of hitting whatever you're aiming at one more time than the other guy. And that's what I find, like for me, is really enjoyable, and just with good people, having a good time pulling a trigger. For me, that's important.
I'm going to pull up a picture to show you something that makes shooting a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm doing an article on the Mini Mosin 22. That's my 7-year-old son holding it. Nice. And that's me with a real 9130 Mosin gun.
That's awesome.
This, that makes it all worth it. Yeah. But probably 80% of the shooting I do, I'm alone at the range,
which is okay too. There are definitely days for me, like at the beginning of a field target season, so usually in the early spring or late winter, I guess, where I need to sit down and kind of find myself again in terms of like getting back in the shape of the position and making sure the gun setup is still there and everything's working like it should, where I need just to be with myself in my own head and say, yes, everything is okay. And where you take extreme satisfaction in watching the first shot fly through the same hole as the second shot and the third shot and the fourth shot. There's something extremely satisfying about that, which is quite frankly corrupted me for firearms, because there is just, you go from shooting like a high precision air gun to a pistol where like 90% of the time I'm the one fucking that up. But it's very frustrating to get perfect every time, where I think most people shooting a pistol in terms of like a self-defense pistol, you don't have to be perfect. You have to be within that, 18, whatever, that kind of body frame target area. And obviously you want to be like right there, right? But, it's not always quite that simple. So for me, I have to get out of that mode of every shot goes in the same hole sometimes, where a group like this is perfectly acceptable. But in my head, I'm like, it's not touching. They're not touching. This is not okay.
I'll tell you a story about that. And guys, don't worry. I see your comments. We'll go through all of them. But anyhow, first time when I went to shooting school, it involved clearing a house, right? Shooting house.
Mm-hmm.
The way they did this is that, so the instructor takes this carabine, hooks it up to your belt behind you so that you can't accidentally shoot him. And there they set up a bunch of targets, and he's right behind you holding onto that carabine, and you're supposed to, all the usual stuff. I'm not law enforcement, I'm not military, so I'm a civilian who likes to get some measure of training. You have to clear the doors, shoot the things you're supposed to, not shoot things you're not supposed to, and all that. And there's a little bit of stress involved when you do it for the first time. And we all get a little bit of a tunnel vision when we're slightly stressed out, no matter how much. I have a lot of experience with different competitions in different sports still. So the first time I did this, so I go through this shooting house, We come out on the other side, and then the instructor gives you his sort of a after action report. And I'll never forget this. He goes, and I mentioned I'm a fairly large and weirdly athletic guy, given how heavy I am. So he goes, well, first of all, I don't think my feet touched the ground even once during the whole shoot house. Apparently, I stormed through that whole thing, dragging him behind me, holding on for dear life. Then he goes, okay, so we trained you guys to mostly shoot center of mass and only shoot head when it's a hostage type target, etc. You shot everybody in the center of the forehead, and no judge will ever accept that.
That's awesome, though.
I didn't miss anyone. I didn't shoot anybody I'm not supposed to shoot, right? But
Russian John Wick, yeah.
I'm a thorough kind of guy, and I was supposed to be making sure I did it at a good pace. I think it was the fastest in our class, but I shot everybody in the center of a freaking forehead.
Wow. That's intense.
Okay. But then that bastard, the rest of the class, he was spinning tails. I was trying to sneak up on a silhouette and off him in the back of the head. So
I haven't had that experience yet, but I'm hoping to do it one day.
Yeah,
probably won't do that.
What I'm trying to make, I understand your need for precision. I'm distinctly unhappy when the bullet or pellet does not go exactly where it's supposed to. Unfortunately, I have a vast amount of experience with that kind of frustration. I'm not a terribly good shot, but that's probably one of the things that drives me to practice. Okay, so what do you want to do, Tyler? You said you had some optics-related things you want to cover. You want to do that, or you want to go through the questions first and then get back to optics later?
I'm sure we'll kind of fall into it, but I don't think people understand it, and this is why I asked when you were doing the live stream with Joe, your take on thermal changes within scopes. Something that a lot of people don't understand. And I don't mean that to belittle anyone, because it's not something that most people in most shooting situations come across, or they would even notice. And it means different things to different people, I think. But I'd be very curious when you had brought it up in terms of what you had seen as good thermally stable optics, I thought you were like freaking spot on, man. Like, I was very much like, this guy gets it. So I'd be curious to talk a little bit about that with you. Okay. Because I think you had mentioned that the Collis was very stable in your testing, and I agree with you. It was probably, for field target, one of the most thermally stable optics I've tested to date. For me, I guess my question is, like, how do you define thermal stability? Like, how does that manifest itself in optics in your experience?
So there are a few things to it, and there's no, excuse me, I need to wet my throat.
That was water.
There's no very simple answer. When you talk about the parameters of a basic lens, you're talking about its diameter, and you're talking about its focal length. All the different curvatures on lenses define the focal length and basically the size of the sweet spot. One of the reasons we have optical systems with a lot of different lenses is that is to make the light focus at a certain spot, make it consistent to that spot, okay, and make it reasonably well corrected. And all these large number of lenses that you use for that are just there to make the different aberrations minimized. I have a diagram of a hand-sold scope that I've been using for many years. I'm going to pull it up. Bear with me, so that I'll blast it on the screen. And we will talk about that a little bit. Let me see, where was it? I used it in an article last year for Guns and Ammo, so it will be in that folder. Hold on. I've been doing this for close to 20 years. The sheer amount of stuff that I've written and talked about and sketched up is significant. Where was it? I know it's here. There we go. Okay, let me blast this on the screen. And tell me if you can see my mouse moving when the screen is up there. Can you see the profile of a Riflescope?
Yep.
That's hand-sold 4:16 by 56, if I remember correctly. And one of the reasons I used this picture is that it wasn't hand-sold manual, and they told me I can use it. It really nicely defines what happens there. Can you see the mouse moving?
Yep.
So the objective in a Riflescope, there are basically 3 optical systems. There is the objective, which goes from the front to roughly the first focal plane, which is here. That's where the front focal plane reticle would be. Then there is the re-imaging system, also called the erector system. It's between the first focal plane and the second focal plane here. And the second focal plane, the reticle, would be here. And the third one is the eyepiece. A Riflescope is technically what's called an afocal telescope. Notice that when the light comes out, it doesn't focus in a particular spot. It's a quasi-collimated beam. So the good way to think about it, it accepts an image as a collimated beam, massages it, does weird things with it, and then projects it out. An eyepiece is an image projector. Is it making sense?
Yep.
Okay. And a objective is like a photographic lens. It creates an image on the focal plane. The curvatures of the lenses and the distances between them are absolutely critical in terms of defining where exactly that image forms. Okay. This number 8, this small lens group, it's called a field lens. It's also the thing that moves front to back when you adjust side focus. And the position of this small lens group, there are 2 lenses in this case, is what defines exactly where the image is going to be formed. That's how you compensate for the objective lens, looking at targets at different distances. Are you with me?
Yep.
If you have a Riflescope without adjustable parallax, these lenses are usually not there, though there are exceptions. And what happens is that at, let's say, 100 yards or 150 yards, whatever the parallax-free distance is, if you're looking at an image that is at that distance, it will be formed exactly in what is called the front focal plane. Okay? Whatever distance we defined as a front focal plane. If now you start looking at an object that is further away, the physical location of a recreated image is going to move in a little bit. It's going to be a little bit closer to the objective. Or if the image is closer than 100 yards, it's going to start forming a little bit behind the reticle plane. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So when this whole thing warms up, the aluminum in the body, the lens mounts, and all that, they expand, stretch, whatever you want to call it, and the spacing between the lenses changes ever so slightly. And you are all of a sudden, without changing anything in your parallax setting, all of a sudden the scope is focused at a different distance.
Got it.
Okay. That's effectively the biggest effect you see. The same effect is also relevant for the erector system and the eyepiece system, but all this stuff is usually shorter and smaller, and it is a lot less pronounced. The most effect you see is from the much larger and larger spaced objective lens system.
Interesting.
This is where you see this the most. That's why with a lot of scopes, they don't compensate for it well. And you can compensate for it by using very specific materials to make lens mounts of. You can compensate for it by using specific glass types. Glass also expands and changes its curvature slightly and positions and thicknesses ever so slightly. By using specific types of glass and mounting the lenses in a very specific way, you can compensate for it. What does compensate mean? Basically, there is something inside that slightly decouples the optical system from the outside, and the materials that the lenses are made of, the specific glass types, have lower thermal expansion coefficient. There's a million different glass types, and all have different physical properties.
Sure.
Okay? So that's the biggest thing that you will be seeing when you compare scopes, and some have better thermal compensation, some have worse. Okay?
Can I show you how this manifests itself to a field target shooter?
Absolutely.
All right.
I just stop sharing. There you go.
So the interesting thing is that when I've at SHOT Shows years past, I've stood in many a booth of many a world famous optics company and tried to explain the phenomenon in terms of what happens, right? I did the science behind it and why it happens is, over my head, right? And I get this look of like, what the hell are you talking about, right? Because what I'm using a scope for is something that but very few scopes are made for. Many have an application for it, but they're not made for that. Most field target friendly scopes are made for like PRS or something else, and just happen to parallax adjust down to 10 yards or close. So for me, this is a wheel off of a March 10-60 by 52, the old one.
That one was not well compensated.
Yes, correct. So at the far end, you can see I have a couple different marks here. So the black marks are my solid marks, and that was from like 60 degrees to about 82, if I recall correctly. It's been a couple of years since I had this scope. The red marks were my hot numbers. And that was anything above 82 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the black marks there are, well, actually they're pink marks you can't see because they look red on here now that I'm looking at it. And those were cold. So the marches were so you can see the difference there between 55 where I'm normally at, and then where 55 would be if it was a cold day. And that's one of those things where that amount of distance, all of a sudden, if I wasn't paying attention to what the temperature was on the scope, I would all of a sudden say, this target's over 55 yards. This is illegal. Like, throw it out. This is BS. Or or conversely, how many extra clicks do I have to add to hit this shot? And I'm going to add those extra clicks because I'm a moron and not thinking about the temperature, and then miss the shot.
Okay. What color is your scope?
Black.
So get a silver one and then paint it with diffuse white paint.
Does that really work?
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting. Very well. But the whole idea, right, is I don't want to touch it. Like, for me as a user, I don't want to have to mess with it. Like, I shouldn't have to do that, right?
A silver scope manufacturer will. So most of the heating you'll see is heating from the sun, and the black one will be far more absorbent of it and heat up much faster. So one of the things that's going to happen is that not only will it heat up less, but the transitions will be much slower.
Okay, and that's fair. But to me, if I'm going to shell out the money for some of these high-end optics, so I bought the newer High Master, right? So this is the 10-60 by 56, 34 millimeter tube. To me, they told me. I emailed them a couple times and said, like, hey, how do I know I'm getting one with the new whatever the heck they call anti-draft, which makes no sense. Yeah. Well, they say draft. I think it's a Japanese to English thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be drift.
Okay, all right. Yeah, which makes much better sense, right? I was like, what serial number and on, and whatever. I found a company that had one that was past the serial number, so I bought it. And to me, like, I don't want to have to paint the scope, man. I understand what you're saying, and I can. I don't want to, though.
Wrap it with white paint, with white tape.
I've seen people do like aluminum foil. I don't know if that helps. Yeah, okay. But again, I don't want to have to. That's all I'm saying, right? Like, this is one of those instances where I very much subscribe to if I'm going to pay the money for it and you tell me it's supposed to work, I want it to work. And I understand it's not going to remove all of that maybe temperature shift, what we call it, for field target. But if you can get rid of most of it, I'm cool. You know what I mean? I can deal with a very little bit, but dealing with on a side wheel, so I'll compare for you. So this is untouched. I'll try and line up my 55-yard markings here. So the one in all red, so this guy is the 10 to 60 by 52, and this one is the High Master.
Yes.
So you can see the spacing from 50 to 55 is about the same. They're not lined up right, but maybe a little bigger on the High Master. If I can eliminate that 55-yard temperature shift number there when it gets cold or when it gets hot, either way, I'm happy. You know, even if it's there and I just can't perceive it, you know, in my eye, I'm okay with that too, because I don't know it's there then. But for field target shooters, like this is the bane of high magnification scope shooters' existence, because it'll happen in the middle of a match. If it's a new scope, like you can see, I have one of those fish tank temperature thermometers on there, which does an okay job of telling me at least what the surface temperature of the scope is. You know, these are things you have to invest a lot of time into to kind of figure out to get good performance at the big matches, right? So it's trying to eliminate that.
So it should be much better, but honestly, I don't test for that. I mean, I know about the effect, right? And I can calculate it if I need to. Look, for my job, we make optical test systems. We make things that test and calibrate targeting payloads on UAVs and airborne cameras and all sorts of fancy things. We have to calibrate them inside temperature chambers. So I have to make my large, heavy, very, very hundreds of thousands of dollars optical systems stable from -40 centigrade to +85. And there are ultra low expansion materials, CoVAR, InVAR, those kind of things, that using those components allows us to do that. But trying to make those for use inside riflescopes is really not practical. They have to get a little bit more clever, and the temperature ranges you go through, and they are not that high.
Sure.
And I wish more people would make lighter colored scopes because they just heat up less. But somehow nobody does this. You know, Vortex did a slightly different color on Vortex Razor. And the further away you go from black, the less it's going to warm up and all. And half the time somebody talks about the Razor, I wish it came in black. Okay.
See, and that was one of the things I was kind of depressed about, that March went away from silver. Actually, that I spent all the time to figure this shit out with my 10 to 60 by 52, and I loved that scope. It worked quite well, and it was probably, for the magnification, by far the lightest optic in its class. And I was flying from Cleveland to Poland for the World Championships in 2018, and I made it to Poland, and the gun never did. So that was oh, dude, there's a horror story there. But to be fair, everything was insured, so I ended up getting paid out, you know, and made whole, I suppose. But you know, that was one of those things. Like, I got there and I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, and then trying to figure out with a person in Poland that spoke no English, you know, what I needed to do.
In Europe is a different kind of thing.
Yeah, big time.
Yes.
Big time. Trying to explain what I was looking for to a guy with probably an AK, if I remember correctly, although maybe not, was a little weird.
It was likely the Radom AK, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But on top of it is that if it's something really nice, I mean, that's kind of how they make extra money. So.
Oh, no, I know for a fact it never made it onto the plane to Poland. It disappeared somewhere in Chirac, Chicago, in O'Hare Airport, sadly. So that was
okay. Flying through Chicago, what were you thinking?
But to be fair, I've done this a number of times. It's actually where I'm originally from. So I've never had a problem flying through O'Hare before that.
So I fly a lot for my work. I don't think I've ever had a connection at O'Hare that was on time.
So that is different than what I'm talking about, though. Like, your luggage getting there and being on time are very different things.
I also had a lot of luggage skip connection in O'Hare, but it always gets there. Unlike
Right.
Italy, never send your luggage through Italy.
Good to know.
It may be found eventually, but you will be living out of your computer bag for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So anyway, like, I spent a lot of time going through different optics and, trying to find something that's relatively temperature stable. I see a comment about the Loophole competition fixed series scopes, and I used those for a number of years, and they were pretty good. Although I had the factory ones are better than the Premier versions I had, because whatever they use to hold the reticle in with the Premier scopes is like, just once it gets too hot, you lose shit. Which was I had read a number of places and a number of times that was a common occurrence. But a beautiful scope and a really lightweight option as well, which I know a lot of people in the field target community like. One of the things that always got me was like talking to Loophole about that scope in particular, was that they would always tell you, well, the scope focuses down to 25 yards or 20. I don't remember what the minimum parallax distance they said it went to was, but every time I got one, it went down to like 13 or 14. And they were like 25, 25, 25. And I'm like, this is a big difference, guys. Like, you can amend what you put on your product page. Because
they all guard band a little bit, at least the smart ones do. If it goes to 20, but not all of them do it enough. There is, depending on how you set up the eyepiece, your minimum focus distance is going to change, and depending on production variances. So in the grand scheme of things, if there were not a bunch of lunatics, and there you go, I just lost all my friends in the industry. If there were not a bunch of lunatics, they would sell scopes that focus down to 20 and list them as 25.
Right.
You do not want to push specs on a production device.
I agree with you. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but I will say, I mean, they're always great about reticle changes and stuff. Up until the last couple of years, they're much easier to deal with than they are now, sadly, for those scopes in particular, just because they're very fixed on, like, this is not production. Like, I remember I was conversing about having a Premier reticle competition series scope sent back, and just looked over, and they were like, yeah, if we take it back, we have to change the reticle out. And I'm like, no, you don't. And
not if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, right. And I think I was given eventually a response of something to the effect of like, well, we're not sure we can remove it and reinstall it. And I was like without breaking it. And I was like, I don't really know why, but I was like, why do you have to take it out, guys? Like, I just want you to make sure it tracks okay, and everything's kind of like, when you put it on collimator.
They open stuff up to clean it. It's standard practice.
Okay, fair enough. These are the things you don't know, coming from the outside. And then I met somebody at probably an NRA or a SHOT Show one year, and they kind of explained all this to me, and I was like, that makes better sense. I just don't like the warranty explanation for it. Like, it's not factory standard. It's like, I know. I bought it that way for a reason.
So, as a part of your job for Pyramid Air, do you deal with customers at all?
I actually started with the company in customer service sales, like retail sales. So, yeah.
So you should not be terribly surprised that they're extremely cautious in how much they tell you.
I know. I understand.
So my day job, right? So we're effectively sales, marketing, support office, factories in Israel. We do a little engineering here, but not that much. Most of what we do is very, very technical sales and business development, that kind of stuff. 10% of your customers will take up 90% of your time, but those are not the 10% who you make the most money with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we have to be very careful.
Yeah, I've one of those things you learn through dealing with like many of these companies, both from a business side and also as a consumer. It's very interesting who's like good to deal with and who's not, because the companies maybe that are good to deal with from a consumer standpoint are maybe not necessarily the same companies that are good to deal with from a like distribution and retailer standpoint. There are some instances where those cross over and companies are great all around, but it's not necessarily 100% of the time as people maybe think.
That is true. All right, Shall we do some questions?
Yeah, sure.
The most important question of the day.
Don't have an opinion.
Yeah, so Joe, I generally don't think about Sudan very much. They just made peace with Israel officially, which is a good thing. Outside of that, yeah, Sudan is not something that occupies my mind too much. If you have something more specific, I'll be happy to address that.
We had a guy on our college basketball team that was from the Sudan. Very nice guy. That's all I can say. That's all I know.
Okay, I guess I'll take that. Mr. Joe. So is your current field target scope a March or Collis, or what do you shoot with?
Something we talked about. So I use the second focal plane Night Force Attacker. What do you?
Yeah, Attacker.
Okay, Attacker 7-35. This is like my main piece, my main squeeze, and I actually just picked up the March about 2 months ago to start playing with because the call of high magnification. By the way, for the folks at home, 35 power is not high magnification. I'm sorry to tell you. I don't consider it to be high magnification. I apologize if you do. If you do, it's fine. I don't hold that against you. But for me, 35 power is like a bare minimum for what I need as a usable magnification level. And the reason for that, for those of you that maybe aren't in the know, is because when you are using the parallax adjustment to range find, you need a very shallow depth of field. And you want, you don't need, but you want. And one of the ways you get that is by, or in my experience, Ilya, maybe you can dispel this myth in my brain. One of the ways you get that is by increasing the magnification.
I'll have to dispel some other myth because this one is not a myth.
Fair enough.
No, depth of field is inversely proportional, almost linearly, not quite, but almost linearly to magnification.
Fair enough. Good. I'm glad I was like not completely off base on something.
So one of the things to keep in mind also is, and I run into this a lot, magnification is multiplicative. What that means is that it sounds like a big difference in magnification as you go up, but it's not that big, right? The difference between 4-time magnification and 8-time magnification is double, right? You divide them. To get an equivalent jump in magnification going up from 8, equivalent jump is not going to 12, it's going to 16, right?
Sure.
The difference between 8 and 12 magnification is half of what it is between 4 and 8. Make sense?
Right. Yes. Okay.
So
yeah.
multiplicative, right? So when you want to increase magnification by a factor of 2, you multiply your current magnification by a factor of 2. So when you're going from 35 to 60, it's less than double. Difference between 4 and 8 is bigger than between 35 and 60.
Sure. I mean, just the math side of it, yeah.
And the perception side as well. If you look at the field of view on the same scope, that's how it tracks.
Okay. So, well, the field of view is much different than like, well, for me, it's all like what is actually useful and what is not. Because this is not on a bench. Folks have to remember that this is all off of my knee. So 60 power off of my knee is like.
Exactly. The wobble changes differently.
Yes.
Right? But in terms of what you see and the perception of movement are two different things. I'm doing a test right now with a couple of prismatic scopes with the same reticle from Primary Arms. One is a 1.5 power. Another one is the new 2 power. The 2 power is a larger optic, has a wider field of view, but it's more magnification than 1.5. So one of the experiments I'm trying to mess with, the difference between 1.5 and 2 is actually significant. So going quickly, I'm trying to figure out what is going to be steadier for me, what's going to move quicker for me, 1.5 or 2. I see more with a 2 power scope, wider field of view, but the perception of movement is also higher.
Yeah, but does it balance out?
Because human perception falls into that. It's not a simple question.
That's very interesting. See, this is a weird thing I'd never get into, right?
One of the things that we run into, most of the people who do this, and I'm going to brag and toot my own horn again. I have no modesty to speak of, so don't expect any. My field of expertise is not optics. It's imaging and targeting systems. and imaging being the key thing. I spent a lot of time developing image sensors for military stuff, but also for movie cameras. So the first ever Oscar for cinematography, that was awarded to a movie that used digital cameras, was Slumdog Millionaire. And the 6 cameras by Silicon Imaging that were used for all the street scenes in Mumbai, that were a big part of that, they used my image sensors, and I helped tune those 6 cameras.
Wow.
That was the very first Oscar awarded for digital. So we tuned color and a bunch of other different things. I kept on going, for my day job, I kept on going back between the military stuff and the commercial imaging. And you learn a lot about human perception by looking at movie and broadcast cameras. And human perception makes a huge difference in how we see things. Perceived, my favorite example is brightness, right? Everybody goes, oh, this looks bright. Oh, this doesn't look bright. You can't tell your ass from an elbow. Perceived brightness and actual brightness are different things. Actual brightness has a definition. Perceived brightness is how it looks to you. Light transmission through a modern scope makes no difference. If it is a 10%, 5% light transmission difference, you cannot see it. But if the scope has better color and better contrast, it may transmit less light, but the apparent brightness will be higher because of how your brain and your eye process images.
Can I ask you something about speaking perception? I was told once, and I won't say the manufacturer, but by an optical engineer at a company, that the eye can only take in so much light. So there's like a maximum expansion of your pupil when you're not on drugs. That basically, so like low magnification optics, maybe like a fixed 4 power would be a good example. Like, so it doesn't make sense to make a fixed 4 with a 50 millimeter objective, because that is always going to flood your eye with more light than it's worth, right? It was a weird explanation, but basically suffice it to say,
it wasn't Leupold, was it?
No. Nobody that makes anything quite as high quality as
that basically means it's technically kind of theoretically correct. In practical terms, no, it's complete and utter bullshit.
So, but let's start with the eye thing. There is a maximum amount of light your eye can perceive or take in.
No.
Or no?
So do you know how computational imaging works in modern cell phones, like Google Pixel, that kind of stuff?
No.
So this is Google Pixel. I'm about to switch to iPhone. Despite my general hatred of Apple, I'm beginning to hate Google more. One of the reasons Google is able to get such amazing imaging is that they do a bunch of image stitching to do better dynamic range and all that. I have a couple of patents on HDR imaging from my previous life. And we did something similar, but they're doing it much better than we did. Every time you press a shutter button on your Google Pixel cell phone, excuse me, the image you see is a result of, on my current one, 16 different images processed and stitched together in a variety of different clever ways. On the previous generation, it was 9 images. As you take the picture with your phone, there's always some amount of tremor.
Of course.
They figure out how you're moving, figure out the motion vectors, divided each image they take a bunch of them in sequence, into small blocks, and realign them to correct for all that motion. And then they analyze each block separately. If there is plenty of light, they take this spot from 16 images and they average them out to suppress the noise. If there is not a lot of light, they will take the block from that part of the image from 16 frames and add them up rather than averaging to get a stronger signal. Okay? And then, because it's been moving around, they might actually get a little bit more resolution because you covered more area than you would necessarily do with a snapshot. And they process all of this in a context-aware, spatially aware, and temporally time-aware way to get you a phenomenal image out of a cell phone. Tiny little sensor. Human eye does, and human brain, probably more than eye, does image processing so complex that all of Google, Apple, Samsung, Huawei engineers, if you put them all together, couldn't get anywhere within a spitting range of what the most retarded brain in the universe, half frozen in Antarctica, fucking a penguin because they've been there so long, can do. Okay.
Good to know.
Okay. There was a famous joke. A couple of geologists are sitting in Antarctica, sitting through the long polar night. It's 6 months of minus 50 centigrade with winds, cold and dark, and they've been there so long they forget what women look like, right? One of them goes to his buddy and says, "Dude, are there women that are all white?" He goes, "Yeah." "Are there women that are all black?" He goes, "Yeah." This first original guy says, "Are there women that are part white and part black, kind of weirdly colored?" He goes, "No." Did you fuck a penguin again? But anyhow, we have some very demented brains out there, and they still process images better than the best computational system we've come up with.
Interesting.
Your eye does not like to be fixed in space. Technically, an average human eye for a fairly young, fairly healthy individual dilates to around 7 millimeters, but it is individual. There are people who go up to 10 or 12 millimeters and people who can't dilate it as much. I am 44 years old. I used to be able to dilate to more than 10 millimeters. Now I'm at about 7, 8. I used to have unusually good night vision. I generally have weird eyes. I see things that you don't.
Interesting.
Everybody's eyes are a little bit different.
Right.
But let's say it's dark and my eye pupil has dilated to 7 millimeters, and your Riflescope has a 7 millimeter exit pupil. You will see worse than if you had a 12 millimeter exit pupil with everything else being the same. Why? Because your eye moves around. It does the same thing as the cell phone does. Takes 1 million snapshots and makes sense of them as it moves. And on top of it, for your eye to be fixed in one place is extremely fatiguing.
Yes.
So your eye wants to be able to move. And it samples information from all over the exit pupil as long as it's within the range of the movement of the eye. If the exit pupil of a Riflescope is 20 millimeters, they don't exist. I think the largest is a March 1-8. It has like a 17 or 18 millimeter exit pupil. They made it for very high speed acquisition. Why? 18 millimeters is more than your eye can cover just moving around. But when you just throw the gun to your shoulder,
you get that side picture.
Compensate a lot for the inconsistencies of presentation. So I did a lot of testing with low power variables. And the higher the erector ratio, the harder it is to keep the exit pupil large on one power. That's one of the compromises with high erector ratio Riflescopes.
That's why you get like the fish-eyeing, right, at one?
The fish-eyeing is because the scope is crap or you didn't optimize the eyepiece. The good ones have nicely corrected field of view, but you have to putz around with the eyepiece quite a bit. But what I found is that I looked at a ton of low-power variables with the 1x exit pupil between 6 and about 12, 14 millimeters. 6 is a little tight to go fast, for me at least. People who have better presentation can do it better. I can't. Anything, once you get up to 8 or a little bit more, is actually pretty relaxing and not bad. Remember, this is during the day, not at night. Because right. And during the day, my eye pupil is between 2 and 3 millimeters probably. Right, so there's a lot of latitude there, and I cover all of it. Okay, between 8 and about 10.5 millimeters, I can still perceive the difference, but it's not big. Once we get past 10 to 11 millimeter exit pupil on one power, for me, for the way I shoot, doesn't make a ton of difference. And interestingly, when military did this test, didn't make much difference for them either. Okay.
Interesting.
A lot of it is presentation and being able to move your eye. This is how you perceive. You will actually your brain will produce a better quality image if your eye can move a little bit.
See, this is good because I know I've been fed a lot of bullshit by not like airgun manufacturers. It's really easy for me to call it, but optics, it's a little, you learn as you go. Or in my line of work, you learn as you go, and there are things that over time, right, you hear something and you're like, that kind of makes sense. And then you start talking to people and more people, and you have some experience behind that. And then you find out like that dude's full of shit or that, well, yeah. And what happens is it's that company equates to being full of shit, right? It's never one person. Not always, but Usually it's a reflection in my experience.
So I know a lot of people who work for marketing departments of different Riflescope optics companies. Some I like a lot and they're good people. And most of them are lucky to have a job. I don't try to burn bridges, but I'm not afraid to do so. And I dislike bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some optics companies out there, when I show up at SHOT, they will not let any marketing people talk to me because I make them cry. I'm not trying to be an asshole, just happens naturally.
No, and you're not also concerned about maintaining like a professional relationship with them going forward. It sounds like
most of them I get along well. I always tell this story about Vortex. One of the reasons I get along well with the guys at Vortex.
I think I heard you say tell this to Joe as well.
Yeah, I've told that to Joe.
All right, I'm gonna step away real quick. I gotta run to the bathroom, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I've ripped some Vortex scopes to shreds, and I didn't like it very much, but they took it as adults. They didn't take it personally. And that's, that's kind of a big deal. Okay. Anyhow, why Tyler is not here? Yeah, so metric is no less arbitrary than SI units, I guess. All of them are arbitrary. Metric generally makes more sense because it's a base 10 and it's something that's comparatively easy for us to understand. But the only reason why base 10 makes sense for us is this. We have 10 fingers. So it's very natural for us to think in terms of base 10. That's pretty much it. With imperial units, they're not anymore arbitrary, but because it's not base 10, because they're weird ratios and all that, unless you grow up with it, kind of makes no sense. The way imperial units originally worked out, an inch was a digit of your thumb, and the foot was your foot, and all that sort of stuff. So we're all supposed to know what all those things meant. But once you start doing math, it's basically pointless bullshit. I figured while you're gone, I'm going to talk a little bit about unit systems.
Good. Yeah. Not my. I don't enjoy any of that shit.
If you start overdo metric, because like I said, base 10, because we have 10 fingers, we're used to think in terms of tens. That's basically it. That's the only reason behind it.
I only have 9. Yeah.
Well, then imagine one more.
I'm fucking with you. I got 10.
I don't care. You have 11 or 12. If you count your dick as one of them, I still don't. All right, this one is for you.
Interesting. I think most of what makes field target difficult is the conditions. You can intentionally set up a field target course like a dick, and you will usually see a group of shooters rise to the top, and also then some will get destroyed by the difficulty of that course just from a target size perspective. So here in the US, for example, we have kind of limitations if you play by the rules on how far you can set targets of certain sizes. So for example, I think the furthest you could set a 3/8 inch target is like 18 or 20 yards, somewhere in that ballpark.
Fuck me. I can hit a 3/8 inch target 20 yards. I can probably throw a hand grenade to get it. That's the only chance.
Well, you could always, a 50 caliber air rifle shooting 20 foot-pounds has quite a, lob of a trajectory, but you do throw a lot of mass downrange. It could be a thing. You could give it a try. One of you can set up a course that way where you do, where you set up everything kind of at its limit, right? And it makes things, if you don't have good conditions, and what I mean by good conditions are when I say good conditions as a match director, I'm talking about wind, right? And like element changes and also lighting conditions, because if you shoot a course in the woods, you get a completely different light experience than you do in a field. And when you shoot that course in the woods, you get these streams of light that will beam in on a target, and then you'll get a cloud that covers that and it's gone. So the guy who shot it 2 lanes before you got there had this bright illuminated target to range, and then you get there and it's dark as shit, and you have a black target ranging in dark woods, and you're like, I don't know if it's 45 or 48, right? Whatever the case may be. So those are things that can make it challenging. But for me, like shooting 12 foot-pounds, a windy day is the hardest thing of all. So like I can probably the worst time I've ever had shooting, and not like an enjoyment perspective, but difficult conditions, was the World Championships in Wales in 2017. It was 3 days of like mostly rain / drizzle / mist and just a shit ton of wind.
That's good weather, right?
Yes, I'm well aware. There was, I think out of 8 days we were there, I think it was like sunny one day. And you know, in 3 hours it changes to rain. Like we started a day shooting, and I remember so distinctly, like I was shooting with probably the most storied shooter for field target in the world. His name's Andy Calpin. He's English. He's like a phenomenal guy. I understand a third of what he says, but he is just a great guy and an amazing shooter. Like I think he went like 17 or 18 straight world championships around, like traveling around the world, placing in the top 10. Like the guy's finished in every one of those 10 positions. It's amazing. Great shooter. And it was me, him, and another gentleman. And I remember looking up at the sky as this cloud was coming in. We were about like 5 lanes into a course out of a 25 lane course. And I said, did it call for rain today? Is it supposed to rain? And the guy looks up and he goes, no, it's not going to rain. It'll be fine. Maybe 20 minutes later, I was sitting on a lane and there's just pools of water in my jacket, and I was just like, fuck, your gun gets waterlogged, all that shit. Right. So, but Wales was very much the same, where it was like just wet enough to annoy you and you knew it was there, but it was also a great wind indicator. As the mist was coming down, you could tell what the wind was doing. But, a lot of that course was in an open field and I just couldn't figure it out. So that was the first time I have went multiple lanes in a row without hitting a target.
So when you say it was in the field, meaning you didn't have wind indicators anywhere, or? Yeah,
like there was let me set the scene for you. So we were shooting at an estate, just this like hundreds of acres of property, and the area where I think it was about 7 lanes were in this large open field. And at the start of those 7 lanes, there was a bunch of brush along the left-hand side of the lane. And then it was just wide open as far as the eye could see, with the exception of a single tree that was about 50 yards away between lanes 3 and 4. The rest of it was just open, and the grass was short enough where you could see it moving, but you couldn't tell how fast it was moving. So really your only wind indicator was like that tree and the mist coming in. So when it's heavier than a mist, you kind of can't tell what's going on. But when it is misting, you get a good wind indication. So what, like from a tips and tricks perspective, what a lot of shooters do, if like this antenna cord is the string that goes out to your target that you pull to reset it. What you do is you hold that string up, and if the wind's blowing hard enough, you can see that string move right on its own. But what you do is you kind of flex it a bit and then you pop it and let it fall. And what you're watching as it falls is what that string does through the lane, right? And that that's your only other real indicator of what the wind's doing, aside from the wind flag on your gun. But the wind flag on your gun is only good for what's happening at you, not at the target. So yeah, I just went through this string of 3 or 4 lanes where I just missed every shot. And it's just so, like, the minute you get into your head, like, I don't know if I'm going to hit another target, you're fucked. And like, that was just for me, like, that was the first time I'd ever experienced that feeling of hopelessness while shooting. And
so welcome to the world the rest of us live in.
No, look, you're at a world championships with 400 people. I mean, there are definitely other people that are feeling the same way. But the shit part of it is the last day I shot with a kid by the name of Red Gallagher, who at the time was like 17. He cleaned the entire course. He shot a 50 out of 50, just sick. And that's just one of those things where, like, I think I shot like a 41 that day. Like, it was okay. Not great. And I ended up finishing like just outside the top 40, which felt good. I finished as the best US shooter. So that was nice. But just like shit like that is so humbling, because you're like, man, I feel like I had a good day today, and like the day before, I think I beat him by 1 point, and then he just like overdrive and just crushed this course, which if I recall was supposed to be the hardest of the 3 courses we shot that event. So yeah, that for me, that was target difficulty isn't really that big of a deal once you get out of your own head. Like a 3/8 target is a 3/8 target. You just turn the scope magnification up as high as you can, and the kill zone gets real big. And all of a sudden, if you can manage your wobble within that space, you kind of feel okay. It's kind of a way of tricking your mind. That's why I like some of that higher than 35 magnification stuff, because it's a good way to tunnel vision yourself. But conversely, you lose some of what's going on around the target, of course. But yeah, for me, that was the by far toughest event I've shot to date.
Interesting.
Hopefully that was a decent explanation.
I assume they do not allow electronic scopes, anything like that.
You mean like a burst eliminator or like one of those?
But there are purely digital rifle scopes now.
Oh, like an ATN or something?
Well, I mean, that particular one, I actually have one here. It has good parts and it has not so good parts. They're not going to like me very much when I'm done with the review. But I can make you an electronic scope that will take care of all of that, give you dual field of view and all sorts of other fun stuff.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not allowed. But I don't know, actually. I'd have to read the rules a little more thoroughly. I know in the US, like you couldn't run anything with a built-in rangefinder. I know that much. That kind of stuff is not allowed, but
built-in laser rangefinder, right?
Yes. Now
I can make you digital rifle scopes that will do completely passive rangefinding without any lasers with great accuracy. Technology exists.
Maybe we'll talk. I seriously doubt I have the money for this.
Probably not.
Yeah, or I'd have to sell like both of my night forces and my March to even come close to affording something in that ballpark.
No.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, look, if you've got the technology and you haven't brought it out yet, or
I'm
whatever.
playing with a bunch of stuff.
Ah, okay, cool. Well, I look forward to seeing what
the next fun thing that I really want to see commercialized a little more, and we may have the technology, is laser rangefinder that also measures aggregate wind between you and the target.
Now, do you not need like a Kestrel or something downrange to do that?
Nope.
Hot shit, man. Wow.
So remember last year Trigicon came out with the Ventus thing. That is the miniature. Ventus is their laser-based wind measurement thing. Kind of maps out wind and all that. But it's a miniaturization of the very large device that the wind farms use. So because of that, it's very cute, but you cannot easily extend the distance with a handheld device.
Okay.
There are a couple other technologies out there. We have the patents on some of them, and there are a couple of others that use a different method. But that basically, it's laser rangefinder-like device, a little bigger, that bounces a laser off of whatever target you're aiming at, and measures the distance and the average wind between you and the target.
Wow. And then I assume you can then deliver some kind of ballistic solution into the reticle.
You can feed that into any ballistic calculator you want.
That's dope.
I'm testing a prototype right now, so we'll see.
Cool. Awesome. See, this is like a lot of this stuff I don't hear about at SHOT Show, right? Because I'm working. And the other part of the problem is like I'm very focused on, you now everybody's in that whole marketing spin of like, you got to tell everybody about it 3 days in advance of the show so that they all know to come to your booth type of shit. Yeah. And I think you try and visit all the players, all the main players.
Next SHOT Show, convince your management and all that you need half a day or so to do optics research. Walk around the show with me.
Okay, I'd love to, man. I'd be more than happy to. I could probably swing it. Just it's a meeting issue now.
Yeah. But so what I usually try to do, I'm going to bring, assuming the show goes on, I'm going to bring 2 or 3 people with me to help me with photography and video, and certain things I have to do for my own stuff, for Guns and Ammo, for a couple other things. I want to try to knock all that out within about 2.5 days, so I can spend half a day or a day roaming around the small booths, looking at stuff, just chatting with people without the rest of the hoopla. That's when the interesting stuff happens.
Yeah.
We'll talk before. If we can coordinate, it would be very entertaining. You have a different take on this because of the field target stuff, so it's interesting.
Well, I will say, like, so I know you're, I guess maybe the right word is not a fan, but a proponent of the Delta Striker 10 to 50 or 5 to 50. Sorry.
I like the scope.
It's a great value.
Yeah,
like, great
it's a very nice value. It's a very similar design to the Trigon 5 to 50. It's same Light Optics Works scope.
I was about to say very similar. You mean the same?
It's not identical. Delta has different QC requirements, so a little bit more consistent than Trigon.
Okay, fair enough. And you pay less for it, which I like.
Yeah, that's always interesting. For the money, it's a very nice scope.
I agree. Yeah, I know. I had watched a video you had done comparing that, I think, to the Vortex Golden Eagle, which I've also owned one of those. Very nice scope for the money again. But it really, the one thing that gets me actually with both optics, which is the reason I bought 5 of the Deltas when they came out, because I had a buddy over in the UK who works for Optics Warehouse over there, John Farbrother, nice guy. And he had just switched to them from the Vortex, and I had a Vortex at the time. And he was like, you gotta try this. He's like, humor me. And I was like, all right. So I figured if I was going to do it, I'd buy a few, and then had friends that wanted them. So no big deal. And yeah, I mean, great scope. But when I like, the problem I have, and I would assume this sounds extremely like dickish saying this out loud, but the problem is when you go from using something that's like $3,000 to something that's $1,500 or $1,000 to $1,500 range, it's not the same.
No,
it's good, but it's not the same.
It's not a competition for your March High Master. Not close.
Right. Well, or the Night Force, if it would be.
Yeah, but $3.5 something grand, right?
Yeah, right. So, but it's hard. I mean, it's hard in your head even to step back down.
So to me, this category where the Delta Strikers are $1,500 to $1,800 range, that one, then the front focal plane, etc., becomes kind of interesting. They've gotten so competent that you have to go a lot more expensive to see a significant difference. Like going $800 up does not give you that much of a difference anymore. This $1,500 to $1,800, $1,500 to $2,000 category has gotten so competent that they're making it very rough for scopes in the $3,000 range. But your Night Force for normal people is $3,800.
Right.
They went up in price, right?
Yeah.
You go, and that's a very nice scope, but then you jump up to Z Compa Tangent Theta, not for airgun people, for normal people.
Maybe soon.
I know.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
It's for now, right? And they are better. Night Force did an amazing job with that 7 to 35, and they shot themselves in the foot when the price went from $3,000 to $3,800.
Yeah. They all do. I mean, eventually
they all do it, etc. One of the really good things that Tangent and Zero Comp are doing, they are expensive scopes. You kind of know what you pay for. They protect their price. They don't do anything stupid. They don't jump up too much. They don't make sudden moves. They kind of figured out where they need to be, and they sit there, and they play the long game. So you got a popular scope and then hiked up the price.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like so when they came out with the NX8, I bought 2 of them, and this is exactly what you're talking about in terms of like you go from 15, 18 to 24. I think is what that scope retails for, the 4 to 32. Like nice scope, but it's not. You can tell and this is, I could tell the difference between a scope with like the Attacker with full ED lenses all the way through versus like a couple, in the NX8, although they're very different.
Oh, you're about to get your ass handed to you. Finish your point.
Oh no, well I would assume you're gonna hit me about the ED thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm well aware that that's a myth or whatever.
No, it's not a myth.
Marketing term. Is it a marketing term?
No, but what you said about it is incorrect. But okay. Finish your point, I'll make fun.
Isn't that what Night Force says about it? That it's full. It's Night Force has said.
That's what Night Force marketing people say about it. The only thing they know about ED is the erectile dysfunction medication. Nothing else.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
ED stands for extra low dispersion, and you use it in a couple of places in the scope to compensate for some of the things that other lenses introduce. If you make the entire scope out of ED glass, it's going to be an absolute piece of shit. The ED glass is useful in the scope because it behaves differently from other lenses, so you can use it to compensate, right? So what happens is that the regular scope have dispersion, meaning different colors focus at different distance, and ED material, airtel dysfunction, the extra low dispersion material has inverse dispersion characteristics, and it compensates for dispersion introduced by previous lens.
Okay.
So it is all, if you make them all out of ED glass, it'll just be dispersed in the wrong way, and it'll all add up, and it'll all look like shit.
See, but this is what they say, and you talk,
they're marketing people. They don't know what they're talking about.
Well, look, all I know is that I can see the difference between the two, right? Looking through them.
It's a much better scope.
Absolutely, and you see that immediately.
Yeah,
but it's also a 34 millimeter tube, bigger objective lens. Like, you go through all of the things that should make it a clearer, brighter, better scope.
Interesting that they built to a somewhat similar standard, and X8 is a well-built scope. But they bit off more than they can chew, and the single biggest difference that you're not pointing out, right? And remember, with me, everything ends up being sort of mildly abusive lectures, so keep that in mind.
You're good.
Attacker is a 5-time erector system, and X8 is an 8-time erector system.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult to pull off an 8-time erector system with a wide field of view and a budget. And X8 is a specmanship scope. They want you to have a scope that looks freaking phenomenal on paper. Doesn't perform like that. It's not a nice scope. 4x32 is okay. The other NX8s I don't like. The optical system is not well optimized. The Attacker is a wonderful scope. There isn't a single bad one in the whole Attacker line. I don't particularly like the pricing of some of them. I can't say anything bad about the scopes. They are very, very good. Okay. The NX8 is the scope for the people who look at specs. Attacker is their scope for the people who shoot stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good way to put it. Really good way to put it, actually.
I've looked at a couple of NX8s, and, compared to stuff they had 20 years ago, it's actually not bad. But I'm sure you know the guys at Element Optics.
Yeah.
If you want the NX8 2.5 to 20, buy the Nexus 5 to 20 with a 4-time erector system. It will work really, really nicely for you.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So this is the interesting thing, right? Is that you look at a company with the Trijicon Delta comparison is actually, in my opinion, much better because you're paying for the name, right? That's almost 100% what you're doing with the whatever they've renamed it. This scope, I think the 5 to 50 that Trijicon offers, they've renamed it twice now, or something. Now, whatever the hell it was before,
Before, maybe something else in between.
Yeah. So, but it was just, you see it all the time in terms of the rebranding of this, what is essentially the same optic, across brands. And I think the Element, the 5 to 20 is probably the first time I've seen, I can't think of another 5 to 20 out there, actually. It's weird almost. I can think of 4 to 20.
How much do you want to know about it?
I know. Go ahead. I mean, we sell it. I have one at my desk. It's a beautiful scope. Actually, I will say I don't know if you've checked out the rest of the line. Yeah. I don't know if you've checked out the Titan or the Helix, but for the price,
a new version of the Helix that's not out yet, so I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Yeah. Let's not go there.
The Titan, but I know the OEM that makes the Titan and the Helix, so I'm pretty well familiar with them.
For the price point, they're all three of them are quite good.
They're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this WFA 5 to 20 by 50 scope?
Not that particular magnification, but I'm familiar with
SWFA. Their classic scopes are made by Kenko, and their HD scopes are made by Light Optics Works.
Okay.
So if you want to think of a genesis of the optical system, it is closely related to the SWFA 5 to 20 optical system. That is somewhat related to the Vortex Razor Gen 1 5 to 20 by 50.
Okay.
But SWFA is an older design. They did a really good job with it, but it suffered slightly from a narrower field of view. Aside from that, it's extremely robust and very good optical quality. So the Nexus is functionally a rethinking of that design with an eyepiece from the EOTech Voodoo 5 to 25. That's just a better designed eyepiece, newer eyepiece.
Interesting. How do you keep all this shit straight?
OCD.
Yeah. Fair
So,
enough.
how well do you know about the history of Ashkenazi Jews? Do you know the term Ashkenazi?
I've heard it before, but I don't know what it
So
means.
there are three main types, if you wish, of Jews in the world right now. Ashkenazi are the European Jews that look pale, pasty, kind of like me. There are the Sephardic Jews, mostly Jews of the Middle East and Northern Africa. They look darker a little bit. They look more like Arabs. And there are Ethiopian Jews who are black. Ashkenazi Jews lived primarily in Eastern Europe. About 80% of us were killed in the Holocaust. It's kind of why we hold grudges and own guns.
That's why I own guns too, for what it's worth. You didn't know that, though.
The Holocaust or the Ashkenazi Jews scare you?
Both. Well, not because they scare me, but because like that's family history for me.
Okay. Are you Jewish?
Not personally, like not by choice.
Really.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not observant either. But anyhow, so and my grandfather, died in the camps and all that. For any Eastern European Jewish family, 80% of us died in the camps. What people don't know is that before the Soviet Union, most Jews could not live in Russia proper. They lived on the outskirts of the Russian Empire, which was Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, etc. And they lived in their own villages called the shtetls. And one of the traditions they had was that it was all arranged marriages, and the smartest girl in the shtetl usually married the rabbi's son, even if they were cousins. It produced some, a couple of hundred years or more of this selective inbreeding, produced some certain interesting things. On average, Ashkenazi Jews have the highest IQ of all people in the world. There's some tribe in India that's almost there as well. But that's a temporary phenomenon because what happened, people IQ is generally a bell curve, right? And it's about the same for everyone. And for Ashkenazi Jews, because of inbreeding, there's a disproportionately high number of really brilliant people, disproportionately high number of complete retards. Except the Germans managed to kill all the retards.
Oh.
So there is this temporary effect. Like they just announced the Nobel Prizes, right, for all the technical things. 50% of Ashkenazi Jews. Tradition of scholarship, weird OCD, the selective inbreeding. The other side effect of this is that the vast majority of known genetic diseases are unique to Ashkenazi Jews because of all that stupid inbreeding.
That'll do it, usually. I don't know if people are aware of this, but typically, like, the medical profession cautions against that whole inbreeding thing, from what I'm told.
Yeah. So when my wife and I were having kids, she's Israeli, also Ashkenazi. And we did the genetic testing, and she had markers for a couple of them. I did not have markers for any of them, so I thought maybe I'm adopted or something. So I went to 23andMe and I did a genetic test, and 99.9% Ashkenazi.
Wow.
So I got lucky. I don't have any markers. I do have some version of OCD. I'm an extremely messy guy. My mind is really well structured. I'm really good in categorizing and maintaining a very large data bank in my head.
That's one of the things I've heard people say is like people that have really messy desks usually are like really, really, they know where everything is, right? So like they're really organized up here. And then people that cuss a lot, right? I've heard that one too. And I don't know. I think that one's bullshit. But
I like it though.
And what the fuck do I know, right?
Fuck yes. All right, moving on. So this is part of the original discussion about inches. You're right, Ramsey. 0.047 is not much. When you're talking long range, when the bullet is basically doing this, and you've multiplied it by 15, and you're trying to range, it can actually make a difference. Is the big difference? No. Is it a difference? Yeah. And you can do some math, and once you start going further away, it kind of starts edging up. And the targets are not getting any bigger, right? So a miss is a miss.
But I'm offended he doesn't think I can shoot that good. That's bothersome.
I'm offended on your behalf, but I do not have the hubris to claim I can shoot that good.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. Fuck. Especially not sitting on my ass.
No, the fact that you guys are doing this very marginally supported is remarkable.
It's a weird, there's nothing like it. And that's one of the things that I like, is that it's from both like the equipment use perspective and also just kind of the competition in and of itself. There's nothing really like it. I think the closest thing you could really say is like 3D archery would be the closest shooting type competition to it. And yeah, it's just weird. But I like, if you like air guns, I think there's nothing better you could be doing. You know?
Do you guys have field target shoots in New Mexico? I live in Albuquerque.
I don't. I heard of a club that just started in New Mexico this year, I think.
Okay.
But most of the clubs are Arizona, and then it's Arizona and California, right? Like on either side.
No, Arizona's on one side, Texas on the other.
Texas. Oh, well, there's like 5 clubs in Texas.
Well, my office is actually in Dallas, so I work from home. The company is in Dallas. So before COVID, I was in Dallas a fair bit, avoiding mostly.
For anybody that's interested in learning more about field target or where there are clubs, AAFTA.org is where you'd want to go. The website is under development, but it's there and the information's there if you're interested.
Yeah, I want to try when things open up a little bit, either field target or an RL-22, because I need to find a sport that I can get my kids into.
Yeah.
And I want to shoot it with them. I've sort of given up on doing competitions myself. I'm just busy. It's very difficult to find justification, but if I'm getting my kids out, different ballgame.
Fair enough. Field target's kind of difficult for kids just because there's a lot going on. Although I suppose you could, NRL is probably similar to some respect, but it's more to your
NRL-22 is better, and you can actually shoot. You can shoot air guns there.
Right. Yeah, they've just opened up an Airgun division, I think, last year, which is good. I have an
FX Dreamline 25 caliber that I set up with Mackle's UBR stock, so I can make it short.
Yeah, nice.
Very nice gun for the kids to shoot.
Yeah, they're great. It's a great value of a gun for right around $1,000 or so.
Yeah, they're about. So if you think of other guns that might be better for kids, we can talk offline. I'm always open.
Sure.
Suggestions. Generally, like I said, one of the things that came out of a lot of this is I need to pay more attention to air guns. I started testing a lot of scopes and air guns, setting stuff in, checking, tracking, because they're freaking accurate and it's quiet.
Yeah, and you don't have to, for what it's worth, I mean, you don't have to pay FX money to get a PCP in specific that shoots well. I mean, that's the crazy thing is like the market has done kind of this race to the bottom in the last couple of years in terms of how inexpensive can I get a gun that shoots well. And now
that's a good question. So how inexpensive would it be to shoot well?
Depends on your definition of well. We should start there, but it would be unreasonable, in my opinion, to think that you're going to get FX level accuracy and quality across the broad range of features in a gun for half the money even. But that's not to say you can't get a $300 gun that shoots a ½ inch in good conditions at 50 yards, right? Like it's very achievable. So guns like the Umarex Gauntlet, the Air Venturi Avenger, which is relatively new.
Air Venturi Avenger?
Yep.
Never heard of it.
It just came out this year and has done really, really well. It actually has many FX-like features, but at a friendly price point of just $300. But both of those guns have kind of set a good standard of shooting very well out to 50.
What was that one?
The Umarex Gauntlet. Yeah.
Interesting. I'll need to look into it. I'm trying to get other people into it as well. It's sort of well understood, right? But when I get a Dreamline, I don't have to pay the full price of a Dreamline. Not everybody has that luxury.
Yeah, I don't have to pay the full price for a Night Force either. I did close for the March, close, not quite, but more than I was happy with. I'll say that.
Yeah, March, because of, I do some consulting for March on reticles and stuff like that. Their margins are not very high. These scopes are very expensive to build.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so there's a question that was earlier on that I kind of missed. I pulled it up on the screen. So Joe, for me, the cheapest way is to sneak up on it from behind and stab it with an ice pick.
25 yards. 25 yards.
I'm sneaky. I can get close. But I think Tyler may have a better idea.
Yeah, you can at 25 yards. The range of air guns that'll shoot like quote unquote one whole group is very, very broad. Cheapest way would be like all in. like a $400 or $500, either an Air Arms TX200, a Beeman R9, or a.
Those old Springers, right?
Yes. But if you can shoot competently and recoil doesn't bother you, those are all guns that are capable of shooting 25 yards, one whole group. Weirau HW97 would also be another one. That's my shitty German, by the way. Let's see. PCP wise, I mean, anything over $300 gun cost is going to be able to do that for you unless you get a dud. So yeah, all of those, pretty much any PCP is going to be able to do that with the right pellet, and there's zero recoil. So even a shitty one will do.
Okay. All right. I lost my track with the comments. There was a good question I just saw. Hold on. That is also of interest to me. It was on my list, but since Nick decided to ask it, I am going to go with that.
Yes. So personally, I have a deep enjoyment and love for air guns that shoot arrows, largely because that was the first way I ever went like decent sized game hunting with an air gun. For those that aren't aware, air gun hunting is not a big bore. Air gun hunting is what I should say, is not legal everywhere. There are like 13 or 14 states where it's legal. Only a handful of those allow you to use a bolt, which, air guns are marginal in terms of power, right? They're compared to a firearm. It's super low. You're talking about like 45 long Colt is the most powerful air gun, which is like 600-700 foot-pounds realistically. There are more powerful than that, but I'm talking production guns. So when you compare that to archery equipment, on the other hand, and there are air guns shooting a 400 grain plus bolt with a broadhead on it at 500 plus feet per second. You can't find a crossbow that shoots that fast. Close, but not that fast. And especially not with a bolt that heavy. So if you really want to crush something, an air gun shooting an arrow is amazingly effective. I actually was down in Texas last year, and that was like I went on a pig hunt, hog hunt, and shot a hog dead on in the head, in one eye socket, and like popped out its stomach. It was pretty gruesome on camera. But like anytime you're filming something and the camera guy's like that was awesome behind the camera, like you did something that was pretty sweet, and that was what happened. But yeah, I mean, air gun shooting arrows, you have the air bolt, which is a dedicated arrow that you can load into an air gun that shoots a normal slug. So they make them in 357, 45, and 50. And those are great. Like, it gives your air gun kind of another use purpose. But then there are also air guns like the Benjamin Airbow, the Hotson Harpoon, the FX guns that you can shoot arrows with. All of those are, also kind of are in a category of their own because they're arrow specific devices.
So, to make sure I understand, I've briefly looked at some of them, and when you're talking about the FX, it's basically a very small tube. The arrow is hollow, right? You put it on that.
Yep.
And it kind of fits it tightly, and it pushes the arrow out.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
But
there are some that shoot conventional arrows?
Not conventional. So what you're talking about is a arrow specific air gun.
Okay.
It only shoots arrows. And there's a handful. Like, if you want to get into that affordably, the Umarex Air Saber is a phenomenal choice. It's like $350. Shoots about 450 feet per second with an arrow. And again, that's one of those where you slide the arrow. It's a hollow arrow you slide on. The Air Bolt, which is like an Air Venturi product, so another one of ours, is actually it has like a proprietary knock on the back of it, which is basically like a big Delrin piece that takes up, the same space like a bullet would in a gun. And you need a barrel that's about 21-ish inches. But you just you muzzle load it just like you would, a muzzle loader. Push it all the way down. You can then put a broadhead on it, and you can shoot it out of any 35, 45, or 50 caliber. They make specific bolts for each of those, as long as you have enough barrel length and not too much barrel length. Conversely, because that can be a problem if you can't stick it down far enough. you need, for those that don't know, a lot of big bore air guns work off of a back pressure that keeps the valve open longer. So you have a pellet or a slug in this case that you need close to the firing valve, because starting to push that projectile creates some back pressure that keeps the valve open just a little bit longer. And if you don't have that tight space there, if your projectile's too far down the barrel, you don't get that same back pressure and inherently don't create the necessary velocity to push your projectile with good speed. So yeah, anyway, but the air bolts are really cool because they kind of give you a secondary use for your air gun or your big bore. You can go from shooting a slug to then a bolt as well, throw a broadhead on it, and there's really nothing that can stop it, which is the best part. So that they've used that to take everything from whitetail to pigs to going over to Africa and shooting. I always forget the name. Black Death. They're
the Cape Buffalo.
Thank you. Yes.
Nasty fuckers.
Yeah. There have been a couple that have been taken with the air bolt and other arrow firing guns.
So you know what? I have to get a big boy air gun now just so that I can shoot arrows out of it.
Oh, we'll talk offline. We'll figure out what's best for you, and we'll make it happen.
You will not have to convince me very hard.
Oh, good. Well, I like that even better.
It's big and it shoots bullets. How quiet is it shooting arrows out of an air gun?
Pretty loud. Yeah, so all of those guns.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Do you need hearing protection?
No. Indoors, yes. Outdoors, no. And most people don't shoot indoors. Most people don't have the luxury of shooting indoors, I should say. But yeah, nowhere near. I think some of those guns at the loudest are like 22 rimfire levels.
Yeah, that's fine. Outdoors.
Yeah, most people have enough hearing damage to not have to worry about 22s anymore.
So I keep on thinking about this for riot control. Like when you shoot somebody with a real gun, they fall down, they bleed. It's not awesome. But there is a big ass arrow sticking out of his ass, and then.
So what we do at the NRA convention every year, or used to, since it didn't happen this past year, is stick a big bore, whether it's a 50 cal or whatever, with one of the arrows sticking out of it, and people just stop, and that's the best conversation starter for air guns, because they just go, "What the fuck is that?"
So there was an old Russian sci-fi. I'm a huge sci-fi fantasy fan. Have a lot of weird hobbies, right? Thanks to this whole Ashkenazi OCD, one of the things I've learned is that my mind needs to be occupied with something productive at all times, because I'm not the guy you want to be idle. Not going to be good for anyone. I can come up with all sorts of weird shit. But anyhow, there's a sci-fi story. Some guys land on a planet, their spaceship breaks, and they're stuck there. All right, and there's some local wildlife that keeps on picking them off one by one. Several years later, the rescue operation comes over. There's one guy still alive, and they notice that he's shooting. He has all their modern blasters, laser weapons, God knows what they have, but he's shooting a bow and arrow at the local wildlife to protect himself. And they ask, "Well, how come you still have all this modern weapon?" And he goes, "Well, see, you shoot a blaster, it just vaporizes one. They have no idea what happened. But if they see one on the ground with an arrow sticking out of him, they know what happened."
Sends a message. Yeah.
It's kind of
that's a good point, actually. Yes. I can't, just on a professional level, I can't advise anybody use an air gun for such things. But I can't also not say it wouldn't be effective. I can tell you we met, I can't remember where in the country, but somebody from a police department a couple of years ago at a SHOT Show, and they were very curious to see what the capabilities of air guns were against the armor that they were using at the time. I don't think it was a plate carrier. It's some kind of chest rigged, but it was like Kevlar based, not a plate. And I can't remember what it was rated for. I want to say 223, but I feel like that's generous. Anyway, so they send it to us to test, and it stops all the air gun rounds up to the Air Force Texan, which at the time, which was about 500 foot-pounds of energy.
Slice through it like a blade.
Yeah. So we had a video of this, and we sent it to them, and we intentionally put that last. and said like, look, this is very unlikely. But then again, it's the same thing as if somebody was using a crossbow. The practical application is pretty much nil in the sense that you get one shot, right? And then you have to reload, and that's going to take quite a bit of time. But the message was there, right? In that you put an arrow with a broadhead on it, and there's not really anything that can stop it at those speeds.
So hard plate will.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes.
So I have hold on a second.
Oh, show and tell time, folks.
So I'm just paranoid enough to own this.
Sure.
And this is soft body armor that will stop 2 to 3. I'm not sure about 308, but AK rounds also. I bet this will not stop a good arrow.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It will stop typical knife slashes and thrusts and all that, but I'm not a fencer, but I do some Kali and some bladed stuff here and there with the rapier or whatever else. If you're trying to stick through, if you go to meatpacking plant and try to stick the rapier through a hanging corpse of an animal, there's almost no difference in effort with whether you're going through muscle or through bone.
Oh, wow.
You can sense it's a little different. You don't really know. It can get stuck if you go laterally, right? In terms of going through it, it just goes through because all that force concentrates in a very small tip.
Right.
And
okay.
It's not deforming.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And on top of it, in the days of the battleship, all right, they were trying to come up with conventional cannon projectiles that would go through the armor of a battleship, right? And they would have these armored plates that be testing at the range, etc. And once there was this armored plate, they could nothing would go through it. And then all of a sudden, one round just made it through. They couldn't figure this out. And then they realized that they put in the armored plate backwards. On armored plates, one side is hardened, another side is soft, right? If they put it soft side first, it went through it like knife through butter. After that, a lot of armor-plated cannon rounds would have a little piece of soft steel on the tip to create that soft layer between hard and hard, and then it would go through.
Interesting.
So there is a reason why non-deforming, comparatively soft-moving things go through soft armor, no matter how durable.
Learn something new every day.
I'm a repository of useless information. Anyhow, moving on. Okay, so how about you take this and I'll do some comments.
Sure. At least for airgun usage, for me, for field target, first focal plane is okay for our hunter division where you're using it at 16 power. But really for myself, with higher magnification, the reticle gets a little bit too thick. And it's not unusable. It just covers more of the target than I'd like. So for me, while I own and still use first focal plane attacker, it's not my primary. I bought a second focal plane one to kind of use full time, and would prefer second focal plane just for that reason. I would prefer to have the benefits of first focal plane in terms of reticle scaling and my wind holds being the same and all that jazz, because I do range find and then shoot at different magnifications typically. But yeah, for me, I prefer to use first focal plane optics for any kind of like airgun hunting or very distant shooting I'm doing with an airgun, just because it makes sense up here. I don't have to think about it. I set up one dope card and I'm good. And really, to me, that's the biggest benefit, is that you don't need to play around with it in your head. It's set it up and learn it and you're good to go.
Yeah, that's spot on. Basically, whenever you're going to be using the reticle for ranging or holding for wind or trajectory or any of them, you want front focal plane. If you will be only using the primary aiming point and dialing for everything, it does not really make much difference unless you have specific requirements on reticle thickness. I mean, I can design a front focal plane reticle that will work for you. The problem is that there's not enough market for it.
Yeah, nobody's going to buy it. Nobody's ever going to want to put it in anything.
It's not going to work well at low magnification.
Yeah.
I'm talking to some people. Maybe I'll help them bring to market a ELR-oriented scope that will start maybe at 10 power and go up to, I don't know, 50 or 60 with a 60mm objective, right? Intended for ELR and things like that. Since it doesn't go very low in the magnification range, and that company is potentially flexible. If once I look at it, if I think it's worth it, maybe I'll convince them to make a different reticle for ultra thin, for airgun applications. Because me personally, given a choice, I will always use front focal plane because I don't like worrying about magnification.
Right.
And for the shooting that I do, I don't hold everything. I almost universally hold for wind, and either hold or dial for distance.
Exactly the same for me. Yeah, it's always I'm holding for wind, and it's always on that center line, main line of the reticle because I'm dialing for everything.
So, but you're right. For very small targets, for the stuff that you do, second focal plane will give you likely better precision.
Have you seen the March Genesis firsthand?
Yes.
Good, bad, indifferent?
It is very good. There are a couple of things that did in it I don't like very much. The big advantage of March is when you have to dial a lot of elevation because it's externally adjustable. You're always looking through the same optics, right? So optical quality does not change, and you have a huge amount of adjustment. So the intent for this is as an ELR scope.
Right.
What's the most adjustment you've ever dialed in field target?
I couldn't even tell you, man. It's I think probably 10 yards. So revolution and a half on like March, for example. It's hard for I don't work in actual like in terms of how much I'm dialing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think about it in that way.
Correct, but it's not a lot. Basically, you've dialed about, I don't know, about 15 MOA at most.
Yeah.
So for you, it makes no sense. My problem with the Genesis is that they decided to show off, and they put in that 10 timer reactor at 6 to 60, whatever it is, with no real need for it. Nobody at the shooting ELR will ever go down to 6.
Right.
I would have preferred a 10 to 60 or 15 to 100. Okay, they could really push the envelope because they don't have to worry about internal adjustment. They could really optimize the optics and do something good with it. But they wanted to show off with a high reactor ratio in the front focal plane. And I think they missed the target limit. Is it a nice scope? Yeah, it's excellent. It's exceptional. It does exactly what they needed to do. There's several things exceedingly well. But if I were designing an ALR scope, I'd do it a little bit differently.
I got to say, like, March is a very interesting company in the sense that, from my understanding at least, they don't even attempt to make a scope unless they can do it, in a handful of boxes better than everyone else. And that's what's very interesting, whether it's like lighter weight, higher magnification, more adjustment range, like they intentionally want to thumb their noses or flip off or whatever. They're always trying to point the finger at the rest of the industry to say, come get us. And I like that.
Well, but also there are downsides to this. They have much shallower depth of field, which for you is good, for everybody else, not so much.
Right.
Right. And there are some other ramifications to what they're trying to do. But they do lightweight better than almost anyone.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I own a couple, right? So, yeah, that sucks because you can only go down from there.
Or can you? If you send them all through the same hole, what's the big deal?
Remember my comment about 25 yards and an ice pick? It's the only way it can happen.
I'm looking behind me now.
Okay. Oh, apparently while I was not paying attention, I got 2,500 subscribers, and it's all your accomplishment, Tyler. Thank you.
No, but congrats. You deserve it.
I'm having a lot of fun with this, I gotta say.
Good. I'm having fun watching it.
You're a strange man. Okay, yeah, so I've seen this covered a lot, and it's basically a bunch of nonsense and doesn't make any real difference.
Now, I will say with air guns, there's something else you have to take into account. So with a PCP, if the barrel is at all connected to the air cylinder,
Yes.
so like usually this is done with a barrel band, which wraps around the air cylinder and the barrel or the barrel shroud. You can, when you fill a cylinder, it heats up and expands a bit, and you can actually get some weird shit going on. But that's why most of your higher end and more precision oriented air guns have free floated barrels. So just something to throw in there.
But anyhow, so Joe, most of this expansion stuff is important for internal components. The difference in expansion between steel and aluminum for the temperature ranges we're talking about is completely irrelevant. Vector Continental. So I think Joe has looked through these. Affordable Optics, Alex has looked through this. I haven't really. Their rep speaks 3 words of English, and I'm busy. So a couple of things. Chinese scopes are getting much better, so I don't doubt that they're capable of making very nice stuff. I've seen some really good stuff come out of China. One thing I will say is that the fact that it has shot HD glass, whether it does, is completely irrelevant. It's a nice marketing thing, drives me up the wall. Most of the alcohol that's been consumed in my house is every time somebody mentions shot. It makes no difference. You can get great glass from shot, you can get shitty glass from shot. It all comes down to if you know how to build a rifle scope. There is Shot, O'Hara, Kyocera, Kenko, a few companies that make raw optical glass. They all have very extensive catalogs. You go and pick what works for you. Shot has this amazing reputation because it's part of the same larger company as Zeiss. And a lot of European makers use them, and people correlate Shot with high quality scopes because historically European scopes have been very good. But they've been very good because they were building them to a higher price point. In terms of overall quality of design and optics and all that, within their target, I'll take March, which is Japanese and uses primarily O'Hara glass, against anything from Europe. Now, my primary scope is a freaking Tangent Theta that uses shot glass, but it's not because it's shot glass, it's because Tangent built a scope that works for me. And the specific scope that I like from them the most, the company owner has serial number 1 and I have serial number 2. Okay. It's a 3-15. I'm not a magnification whore. So
I am.
Well, if I was doing what you do, I would still do more magnification scopes and use that as an excuse. But
I have a saying: the best shooters have the best excuses. So there's always, after a field target,
the world class.
Hey, you can make a living there, except not really. But I will say actually on this topic, I did a live stream with Matt Dubber over on our Instagram probably a couple of months ago now, and he said something really that I thought said very well. You can take the best class in the world and hand it to a company that does not know what they're doing and arranges it just like shit, and have a garbage optical experience looking through that scope. Conversely, you can have a bunch of mediocre glass put together precisely and perfectly and have a great optical experience. So I think that's something like quality control and all those things are very important, and knowing what you're doing.
For those who don't know, Matt is one of the guys behind Element Optics and in the air arms hunting South Africa. Interesting guy. He may have more OCD than I do, although I don't know. It's a close call. But smart guy. But anyhow, that's only partially true. If you take truly shitty glass, there is a very significant and upper limit to what you can do with it.
Truly shitty glass, though.
Yeah, it has to be pretty shitty. And there is a fair amount of it over there. The problem is that decent quality glass, raw glass, is a comparatively small part of the cost of the rifle scope, because the glass types that are used in rifle scopes are not that exotic, and they've been around for a while. The money is in the quality of the surfaces, the exact curvatures have to be done right, the design has to be done right, it has to be built correctly. It's not an optical device, it's an optomechanical device. And there's a big difference. So even some fairly, I don't want to say shitty, but scopes that are not very high-end scopes very frequently use pretty good quality original glass. May be the same as some of the much nicer scopes, they just don't know what to do with them. But nobody really tries to save money all that much. I mean, if you're buying a $50 scope, yeah. But once you go above, $300-400, nobody's really saving all that much money on the actual raw glass. It's what you do with it.
It's like the polishing and the coatings and all those other things, right?
The accuracy of the curvatures. And then they need to be assembled and they need to be fixed and it needs to be lined up. Centering is a big deal, right? So they're all supposed to be on center, right? It's really not straightforward. All right. Yeah, you'd know more about this, but yeah, as I recall, they do shift, but it's a simple optical system. They don't shift all that much, I thought, but
yeah,
that's my experience.
Yeah, that's correct. Like I said, the only real noticeable shift I've experienced with the Leupold comp series is with those premier reticles, and that's a whole other reasoning for that. But if the factory, like the stock ones, really don't shift that much, but they are. Oh, I try to think of a way that this would make sense. They are very particular in how they like to be used. So if you want to get good repeatable ranges from them using, that parallax range finding that we do for field target, you have to get very consistent at how fast you're turning that side wheel. And you have to train your eye basically to determine what is best. So a lot of people, like when I'm setting up this march, for example, I'm really playing with the wheel, but I'm always making sure I'm going the same direction. I'm usually going from near to far because you'll get a slightly different reading if you go far to near.
It's called hysteresis.
Okay, learned another thing.
So I'm preparing a video on scope mounts, and one of the things that I am going to talk about is how parallax works in Riflescopes, why it's sensitive to certain mounts. And I got my friends at Tangent 8 and Vortex to send me a couple of pictures. Do you know how parallax side focus turret works and all that? Have you ever taken one apart?
In terms of what it does inside the scope?
Yeah.
Like in moving it's the erector, right?
How the actual turret works.
Oh, no, not really.
No, okay. Let me see if I can find a picture. Why do I not see it? Okay, you know what? You'll have to wait for the video. I don't want to spend a lot of time looking for it.
That's all right.
Well, basically, I'll explain why this happens, going from one direction to another and all that. But in mechanical systems, it's called hysteresis. When you're approaching the same point from different directions, you end up in a different spot.
It makes sense. Okay. I mean, like just inherently, it kind of makes sense. You're using it a different way, so it's going to provide you a little bit different result.
Correct.
But the Leupolds in particular, for whatever reason, they don't have the shallowest depth of field, so it can be a little difficult to deduce range. Like if it's the first time you've used the scope, you're going to have a little bit of a time with it. You're going to have to really learn it and get familiar with the system and the way it likes to work.
Yes, tracked optics, great. I'm a big fan of scopes that are not black because of the temperature stuff.
I just like them because they look cool.
Yeah, there is that, yes. I have the artistic sensibilities of a tree stump, so.
Different is good, I think, usually. Like different stands out. I think like Athlon did that. I can't remember what model it was, but they one of their top end models was like a very similar to Vortex, kind of that.
Coolness. And then they went black because everybody slammed them.
See, people are stupid, man.
Don't.
Yes. Oh, Proust.
I'm sort of a nature and arrogant jackass, and as I get older, it's not getting better.
I don't think that's how that works. No. As you get older, they say you harden, right? Whatever your beliefs are, they harden.
I think I'm past that. I'm just crusty and growing hard, very sharp edges.
Well, all this COVID stuff will do that to you too.
Okay, let's not start that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
If somebody asks a question, I'm going to give you the whole download. But I don't know who Paul Porch is. Tyler probably.
Yeah. The temperature shift with optics in field target has been something that's been like the bane of people's existence for many, many years. And people come up with 1.5 million different ways to kind of figure out how to compensate for it. Like one way is, so I have what we call a pointer. I don't know if you could see it. It's this little acrylic piece, and it has a line on it.
Yeah.
A laser etched line. And one of the ways people will do that is create pointers with multiple points. So in this case, it would have multiple lines on it that I've then, so once I set up my scope and figure out what the temperature shift is, I'm setting up different lines for different temperature ranges. There are also adjustable pointers where you can turn them and you kind of calibrate a scale on your side wheel to your pointer. And so when it hits this number on your temperature strip, you tweak it and all of a sudden your numbers match up again, which doesn't, in my opinion, actually work because none of this shit is consistent in terms of, there's a word for it and it's escaping me, but none of it's consistent in terms of like it moves the same amount on the side wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So like, cause 10 yards, usually your distance from 10 to 11 yards is like quadruple the distance it is from 50
Yeah, it's not linear. So the spacing between them, you're trying to map an exponential adjustment to a nearly linear surface. Doesn't work.
Exactly. And so people think they have this shit figured out, and it's like you have to figure out where it matters. For me, it was always the long distances, and the short distances were like where you're putting a pellet, where a click doesn't mean the same thing as it does at 55 yards in terms of the amount of compensation you're providing.
Well, I mean, you're shooting. It's essentially what is basically mosquito testicles. So everything.
Mm-hmm. Yes, precisely.
All right. So Richard also lives in New Mexico, but in a different part of the state. Yesterday it was 70 degrees in Albuquerque. Today I'm gonna show you a picture that my daughter took in the backyard. This is my backyard. 5 minutes before we started the live cast.
We have not gotten the snow yet here in Cleveland. Thank God.
Give it time. So my kids are gonna have fun building a snowman in the backyard tomorrow.
Nice.
They were born in California, right? They discovered snow when we got here a year ago.
Lived with it my whole life. It's a pain in my ass.
Well, I grew up in Russia. I've seen a little snow.
Fair. Yeah.
Ooh, that I didn't know. Amy Coney Barrett. So see, this is almost as important as me getting 2,500 subscribers.
Yeah, there you go.
Excellent. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, Tyler, apparently you do a Russian accent.
No. I do it okay. We do, I don't know if you're familiar with the brand Ataman. I'm not pronouncing that right. Yes. We sell their stuff. So in a few of our videos for their products, I've donned I don't know what you call that traditional Russian hat, with the
chunk. It has nothing to do with that, but okay.
Okay, whatever. It's like.
Do you know what Ataman means? What the word means?
No.
So do you know who the Cossacks are?
Yeah.
So Ataman is their leader, the chief.
Oh, okay. Well, hey.
If there's a band of these roving, bloodthirsty bandits, Ataman is the one who's in charge of the morons.
I like it. Kind of.
Yeah, it harkens back to the pogroms, makes me want to reach for every firearm I have on hand. That's a lot of firearms.
So there's a lot of reasons in Russia to have a lot of firearms, in my opinion.
To really appreciate the Second Amendment, you have to grow up elsewhere. Growing up here is not good enough.
This is a common conversation I've had with a lot of my coworkers that are from that part of the world.
Yeah, I'm going to swing by a chat show. Maybe some of them are going to be there.
Yeah, it'd be hard to... Val, the guy you'd want to talk to, it'd be kind of hard to catch him because that man's schedule is ridiculous. But like you and him would probably connect on many of those levels. It's always interesting. We have one of our like special projects guys is he worked for the party, like he was in the party. Yes. And I want to say he might have been living in Moscow, like in the height of, during the 80s.
Yeah.
And I remember one time we were having some drinks, and I was just like, we just started working at the company. I was like, so I gotta know, man, like, how bad was it? Like was it what we all picture here in terms of like they were, the Russians were going to send a nuke over and everybody was going to hide under their desks, and he's like, no. Like, he's like, there were people that were freaked out about you guys doing that to us. It was very much the same in terms of the public thought, but he's like, we didn't have that stuff. He goes, like, we had it, but nobody knew if it worked or not. It was he was like, we were probably just as nervous about it as you were. And I was like, so we were all basically afraid of each other for nothing. And he's like,
it's not for nothing, but what you guys did not understand, right? And what we don't understand about Iran. So I'll go into that for a moment. In the Soviet Union, so I grew up in Moscow. My formative years, I was born in 1976. So my formative years was basically the collapse of Soviet Union. I left Russia in 1991, just before it officially collapsed. So the first major thing I remember was Chernobyl in 1986, when I turned 10 years old. I left when I was 15. Russian 15 is a lot older than American 15, which so happens. When I was growing up, I can count on one hand the number of people who believed in any of this communist bullshit. People just lived their life.
Yeah.
There's plenty of evidence that at the top, since the death of Stalin, pretty much, none of these assholes believed in any of this crap. They just wanted to live a good life. And it's something you don't understand. A high-level party functionary bureaucrat in the Soviet Union might not have had as much personal wealth as the billionaires here, but had far more power than any politician in America, including the president. Okay, and the ultimate power ultimately corrupts, right?
Yep.
They just wanted to stay in power and do their thing. Now, the way they were going about it was not sustainable, right? The socialism doesn't work, economy collapses, and the party ends. But they were not, starting from the 50s onward, they were not religious communist zealots. They just wanted to stay in power.
Right.
Okay. Right now, the threats we're facing, right? So in terms of mass weapons of mass destruction, the biggest threats we're facing are North Korea, and I'd be surprised if they ever shoot a nuke at anyone, because I think he just wants to enjoy the good life. Right, but I have no insight into Iran, for example. I know most Iranian people are perfectly normal people, used to be fairly westernized, but the people in power, I don't know if they just want to be in power or if they are true religious zealots who will do anything.
Yeah,
and that is what makes us nervous. And when the whole Iran thing collapses onto itself, right, we will find out which one it is. But you can't take the risk. And if you are an American in the 70s, 80s, I don't know how old you are, Tyler. I'm guessing you look like you're younger than I am. Yeah. So you would not know. You would not have the same feel about Russia and Soviet Union as I do. But you also don't have the same feel for how much of a shit show it really was, and in what ways. But that's a different and a longer conversation.
Yeah. I was born the year you came here.
Yeah.
So for me, this is all like in a history book and watching documentaries and things like that. So it's, but building relationships with people at, companies that we work with, tell you a lot of stuff, obviously having people in office that have lived through that and were closer than I'd ever like to be to that, and living that way. It's definitely eye-opening, man. Like you learn about that kind of stuff, and then you talk to somebody that has experienced it, and you definitely come away appreciating what you have, in the sense of like being able to say whatever the fuck is on my mind at a given point in time on Facebook and not wind up somewhere else,
Well, on Facebook, that may be not a lasting effect. That's why I moved my website onto locals.com, right?
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Yeah, it's
but you're right. And you have that advantage, and most Americans don't. And most Americans, you guys really should. You do.
Yeah.
All this pushing of socialism, all the college kids thinking that socialism is a good idea. You can study this, so you can take my word for it. I grew up with that crap. It ain't going to work. And all these quasi-intellectual revolutionaries who are trying to push this shit, they'll be the first ones to die from the hands of their own brethren. That's how it always happens.
Yep.
Ask me how I know. My grand-uncles were overthrowing the Tsar, and then the communists killed them all. Family history. I have a bunch of videotapes with my grandparents' generation. Very interesting.
It's one of those ideas that sounds nice listening to it, and the ideals sound nice, but in practice, we as people, as humans, corrupt those
They
ideals.
only sound nice if you don't think about them deeply.
Yeah.
Then make nice slogans, then not nice ideas.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I can talk about that for a long time. Let's get back to guns. So Brian from New York, who thinks he can shoot, shoots FX Crown 25 cal. So what's the next step for him? So he, despite being left-handed, he's a legitimately good shot. So what should he be looking into?
Well, so being left-handed, the number of guns out there for you are not limited, but you have to work around how you're using them, I guess would be the right thing to say. Now, I find that as a right-handed shooter, you can operate a lot of guns with side levers faster if they're positioned on the left-hand side. I would rather keep my hand on the grip area of the gun and my finger close to the trigger while I'm operating the gun.
So you're just an AR shooter in disguise.
Yeah, that would actually be a really accurate way to put this. Actually, I don't own a bolt gun, like a firearm. I don't own a bolt action firearm, partially because I have no true use for one in my own. Like, I don't have a range.
That's not an excuse.
When you only have 100 yards, it gets boring with anything I'd actually want to buy. Like, I've met.
That's not an excuse.
I don't know.
You're a red-blooded American. Buy a bolt gun. Just don't buy a Remington.
I wouldn't do that. I'd go down to the guys at Kelbley's down the road and probably buy something from them. They make
say hi to Ian for me.
Yeah, we'll do. But next time I see him, which will probably be a shot show if it happens. So, but great guys. Actually, I bought my first March from them back many years ago when they were doing it. But for me, like, a bolt gun never had a practical application because I didn't have a range I could shoot far enough. Now I think we have one close that shoots PRS. I just need a kick in the ass to get into it, but which is probably not a good thing. I don't need another shooting hobby that costs more than the one.
So I'm taking. So I have a notebook. I'm taking notes. Next shot show, kick Tyler in the ass, PRS. Okay.
Yeah, I have the optics for it. I just do not have the gun. But no, so. Just a little backstory. The first rifle I ever purchased was a Les Bear AR-15 because I decided that I needed to follow the airgun side of my brain and buy what I could find at the time was the most accurate, or one of the most accurate production ARs on the market. And
you could do much worse than that.
Yes, and at the time he was one of the few manufacturers. This was kind of before the proliferation of the AR-15 and everybody and their mother hawking one. He was really one of the only guys at the time that was putting an accuracy guarantee on his guns, on ARs at least. And so that's what I did, and spent way too much money for something I haven't used in years, just because I don't want to always shoot gold medal match or Black Hills, those same things anyway. But that's where my brain function comes from a firearms perspective. So yeah, bolt guns I'm not averse, but I don't have one.
Also, Savage makes a target type bolt gun with a left-hand bolt.
Do they make the 110 with the left-hand bolt?
It was a version of the FTR gun, I think. But
okay.
But even make them as an action. You can build one if you really want to. There are plenty of ones over there. You can, if you really wanted to, you'd find a solution.
This is very accurate, yes. So for the question at hand, the Impact's definitely a step in a different direction, not necessarily in a better one than what you have in the Crown. Because in 25 caliber, the Crown, from both a power perspective and an accuracy potential perspective, can do just about everything. I think the Impact gives you a little bit more adjustability in terms of what you can output from a power perspective, but you're not losing anything with the Crown. So for me, I would probably say, wait. I can't tell you anything yet, but wait. That is what I would say, is you don't need a gun in the next couple months, probably. If I had to guess, your Crown's doing just fine, so I would wait.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't.
So I have a question from a distance standpoint. Does going bigger do it for you? Vertical.
Not with pellets. It can, but you can. From a hunting perspective, and if we're not talking about like pure bench rest accuracy, 25 caliber hunting wise can be just as capable as the 30 caliber. But I will say the 30 caliber, if you're shooting pellets exclusively, holds up a little better. But talking about slugs, that's where the playing field really shifts, because you're talking about, it would be the equivalent of shooting like a straight walled cartridge to a 6.5 Creedmoor. Just like the BC difference is silly. Like,
interesting. So I shoot pellets only with my air guns. I haven't really needed to. I've been looking at different pellets, stuff like that, but I couldn't quite decide whether I want to stick with a 25 or I want to go bigger and do a big boy air gun, which is effectively a pellet for practical purpose, just a big one.
Yeah. Well. So there's 30 caliber is I'd probably classify 30 as like a mid bore, and especially FX is really one of the few companies that does a 30 caliber right, in terms of being able to shoot those JSB pellets, which is really the only company making good quality 30 cal pellets right now. Is the only gun that does them justice. I think them and like Rapid Air Weapons are really the predominant 30 cal player.
Rapid Air Weapons, the same company as Air Force, right?
Air Force acquired Rapid Air Weapons.
Okay.
Yeah. Great guns. I like they're American made outside of the barrels, which are Lothar Walther, which I'm sure you know, like from an airgun perspective, sets kind of the standard. So yeah, just for me, like if slugs are coming into the conversation, then that 30 caliber is not going to hold up as well unless you're shooting slugs in that also.
Yeah, my first air gun was actually the Air Force Talon SS, because it's kind of quiet, and I bought an extra moderator since you can kind of buy those.
Yeah.
Then I pulled out a 25 caliber tube, but put in a 17, and for the longest time, that's what I was practicing with. But I was doing the AR style thing, get it up to the point and quickly fire. That's how I learned to shoot offhand. At some point, I figured out I can't shoot offhand, and that's what I bought the Talon for.
Yeah, what you need is like what you and Joe were talking about, and you need like a good quality, like an old school 10-meter gun, like a Finework Bow 300, or even a single stroke pneumatic, like a Walther LGM2 or a Finework Bow 600.
So I bought a couple of those old single stroke pneumatic Avanti guns, not Daisy, from CMP, and I have one in the office in Texas and one here that I use for standing 10-meter practice. But that's more of a standing, right?
Yes.
For what I was doing with the Air Force Talon was holding it like I shoot an AR, so not standing offhand,
Right. You're more like practical application. Yeah.
Well, because I'm an AR, I'm anything but a shotgun kind of guy. But what happened is that I was shooting off the bench and prone a lot, and then I decided to shoot standing offhand. Yeah. And I realized how badly I suck, right? And it was not just terrible. It was really, really atrocious. I got to the point where, and I lived in California. A lot of people with disposable income. You go to the range, a bunch of fancy guns, nobody can shoot, right? Yeah. Every once in a while, somebody shows up who's decent, but most of the people can't shoot. And everybody's shooting off the bench, no matter what they do. A couple of guys who know what they're doing are shooting pro, practicing for something, and me shooting standing, the only one. And they'd be all terribly surprised, like they couldn't figure this out. I would shoot a 4-inch group, a 10-shot 4-inch group at 50 yards, just completely unsupported shooting quickly, coming up from low radio on every shot, right? And I'd be ecstatic. For me, that's amazingly good. And they could not figure out why I'm so happy with it. It's a 4-inch group at 50 yards. How hard can that be? Well, you go try to do this standing. I'll see how you do. And I've seen people who can do this far, far better. Don't get me wrong. You're probably one of them. Not me. I didn't grow up. Remember, I fired a gun for the first time when I was 19. I didn't grow up shooting at all.
You and I are very much the same in that regard. I didn't shoot a firearm probably until I was 19, 20, somewhere in that ballpark. So bad. The first time I shot an AR, I think the muzzle went like that, which I now know is like, what the fuck were you doing?
It's hard to do it that way, but it's possible.
Yeah, it very much surprised me. Back when somebody told me like you should let the trigger surprise you, like that whole, I was like, that was my mentality, and I pulled the trigger, and I hadn't experienced recoil before that. But you and I are actually, from a shooting perspective, it sounds like very, very similar on the firearm side, probably in that, for me, like I don't really do shotguns. I don't. The idea of a pattern makes no sense to me because I think precision. Although I was down visiting a dealer of ours, but also friends, and they took me out like trap shooting in the back, like with a little single thrower, and was the first time I have actually connected with, shooting shotgun on a clay target. I was ecstatic. We'll leave it at that. So.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, it's hard. I use a shotgun with a rifle sights, like a very powerful rifle, basically. And for me, it's a different thing. My first, I didn't shoot air guns or anything when I was little, not even a bow and arrow. Well, there's a story to that, how I ended up not going to jail, which is good. But my first firearm I shot was a Beretta 92. A buddy of mine went to the shooting range around the corner from Skid Row, downtown Los Angeles. Rented that Beretta, bought 50 rounds of ammo. I fired 50 rounds into a paper target from 7 yards. Not a single one even touched paper.
Wow.
I don't handle failure very well, so fast forward 25 years, here we are.
Fair enough.
Okay, moving on. Yeah, so there's a downside because I want to have a conversation before we look at the Q&A, and a lot of the questions are from what we talked about earlier.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yes, bigger exit pupil is generally bigger eye box, but when you think of an eye box, it's this kind of it's not a box. It's kind of this 3D projection of an oval, if you wish. So laterally, yes. Longitudinally, not necessarily. Often, yes, not necessarily.
I have nothing to add. Agreed.
Okay. Yes, would you like me to? Lens coatings used to be a much bigger deal than they are now because pretty decent quality coatings have been largely commoditized. At the very high end, there are still some differences, but not nearly as big as they used to be. The first anti-reflection coatings were discovered by a very strange Ukrainian scientist working in Germany, where he accidentally got some layer of magnesium fluoride onto a lens and realized it's reflecting less light. Most coatings in Riflescopes, what's called ARC, anti-reflective coatings. All the modern ones, except for the cheapest scopes, are dielectric multi-layer coatings, very thin layers of titanium dioxide, a few other things here and there. It's a multi-layer stack. Usually, the cheaper ones about 4 layers. Most of them are 7 to 12 layers. Coatings are important not because of what they transmit, but rather because of what they reflect. What happens is that there's a bunch of different surfaces in a rifle scope. If, let's say, you have 10 lenses, that means you have 20 surfaces, right? Remember that picture of the hand-sold rifle scope I brought up? I'm going to bring it up again because it's kind of relevant. Hold on, there it is. How many optical elements do you see here, Tyler?
That I can see?
10,
it looks like. But I'm sure there's doubled, yeah? So
there's a total of 18.
Yeah, see, but you can't tell that from the image.
Well, I can.
Of course you
can. So, because the images are in front of me and I've counted them before. 18 optical surfaces, right? Means that there are 18 interfaces between glass and air, and glass and different glass, whatever else. At each interface between different materials, you will have some amount of reflection that depends on the differences in the indices of refraction between the two materials in question. every time you have an optical surface that reflects some amount of light, that light has to go somewhere. Well, if it bounces way to the side, it gets absorbed by some of the matte non-reflective stuff on the inside of the scope tube. But if it doesn't go to the side, if it goes back, it will encounter another reflective surface, and a small portion of it is going to reflect again. It keeps on bouncing around. That's one of the things that causes flare and ghost images and all sorts of other weird artifacts. Okay. If this Riflescope transmits 90% or 88% or 95% or 85%, really makes no difference. What makes a big difference is that if it transmits 85%, that means 15% very likely got reflected from multiple surfaces in there, and they're bouncing around and screwing up the image. Make sense?
Yeah.
It's not what's transmitted, it's what's reflected and how well it's dampened. There are also baffles and everything else in the Riflescope that matters.
So I know coatings, at least at some point, and maybe it sounds like you said that maybe this is a thing of the past, had previously been used to correct for certain colors. Is that an accurate statement,
no.
or at some point was that accurate?
No, it was never accurate. It's another marketing thing that people from marketing departments with different Riflescopes said because they did not know what coatings do.
Interesting.
So they can create a color cast, because making a coating that minimizes reflections of all different colors, different wavelengths, equally is difficult. It's called broadband coating. Okay? And the first thing that happened is that in the center, in the green, the reflections would be minimal, but as you go out to the sides, to shorter wavelengths, blue, and longer wavelengths, red, the transmission would drop a little bit, right? And the overall amount of transmitted light would go down. Modern coatings keep on getting broader and better and more consistent and all that. So they are not correcting for color transmission, but they can affect how color looks, because if, for example, it's transmitting really well in the green and the blue, but not so well in the red, it will look one way, right? It just transmits really well in the green and the red, but not so well in the blue. A lot of Riflescopes from Germans, especially early color scopes, but also Zeiss's, didn't look all that awesome during the day, but looked really amazing at night. Because they could not, back then, it was 80s, 90s, have the coatings that were really good across the entire visible color range. They would optimize green and blue. During the day, you don't have as much blue. During the night, there's a color shift. You don't have as much red.
Okay.
And they would look amazing at night, but during the day, some Asian scopes would look better because their coatings were not optimized for twilight. They were optimized for daylight.
Interesting.
Okay. You can still do that, and there are some scopes like Steiner Predator that suppress the transmission at a couple of different wavelengths to make, for example, certain colors like green and brown and yellow stand out, so you see game a little better. But it doesn't improve transmission. They just selectively dampen certain colors to make other colors pop out a little bit more. But overall, once you're into $400 or $500 range and up, quality of the coatings does not make a ton of differences. Now, there are some that transmit a lot, like Schmidt and Bender's Polar T96 scopes. And I could never get them to fess up what exactly they're measuring, so it may not be as good as they claim, but it's quite good. It is very, very good. And they do a couple of things. They're using some fairly exotic glass, so there's a smaller number of optical elements in there, because they're using exotic glass and aspherical surfaces that don't need to have as many correction pieces. So it's smaller number of optical elements and very high quality coatings.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make a ton of practical difference? No. Those scopes are really, really good because they're designed really, really well. Not really for anything else.
Interesting.
Okay. So once you get above a certain reasonable price range, coatings don't matter very much. You can thank Meopta for a lot of that. Meopta does OEM of a lot of different things.
Let's. I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick, but we're going to talk about Meopta because I have questions.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right. While Tyler's over there, I'm gonna give you a little bit of the Meopta story, and then we'll go over more of it. So Meopta makes their own scopes, but they're also a fairly large European OEM. They're actually US owned. The owner lives in New York. But it's coatings is sort of their expertise. And you can send them whatever optical elements you want, and they'll coat it in an absolutely world-class way for not all that much money. So they were one of the companies that really allowed high-quality coatings to spread across the market. Excuse me. Summary. Meopta does OEM stuff, not just build their own things. And coatings is one of their real fields of expertise, as good as anything out there. And you can send them your optical elements, and they'll coat them in an absolutely world-class way. So they were one of the companies that really popularized these high-quality coatings for not all that much money. But it used to be one of the real secret sources of Zeiss. But since then, a bunch of people caught up.
So we sell Meopta, and one of the things that really I think draws a lot of people to them is the fact that, at least what they say, the scopes are all made, like, I don't know if it's 100%, but sounds like it's close in the Czech.
Which ones? They have different product lines.
Well, so they claim this with the Optica 6 stuff just as well as they do with the high-end stuff, and I don't know if that's true.
So they're being very cagey about this. Everything else is made in Czech. Optica 6, according to what they told me at the last SHOT Show, is Asian-sourced components assembled in Czech.
Yeah, so this is one of the things I think a lot of people don't understand, and they wouldn't tell me that, of course. There are different standards in different countries for what qualifies as made in this country. Mm-hmm. And in some countries, a lot of European countries, it's if like a couple components and it's assembled in that country, that counts as made in, and they can legally put that on their product.
So Optica 6 does not say made in Czech Republic.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. It says Czech Republic. It doesn't say made in.
Oh, wow. That's okay.
Okay, hold on a moment.
No, you're probably right about this.
I'm always right. Get used to it. Let's see if you can see this. If you had my camera, you would be able to.
Yep.
Can you see this?
Yep. That's interesting.
Still a nice scope. I designed the reticle for this one, so I'm pretty happy about it. It works
I know.
But I like this, and it's one of my more successful designs. I think with the 530 by 56, I think they sold more with that reticle than all the other ones combined.
Sounds about right.
But yeah, so on one hand, I don't like all this trickery. On the other hand, I don't begrudge them that, because it's difficult to compete on price with China, and quality of a lot of their stuff has gotten very good.
Yeah.
If you look,
go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the Optica 6 and you look at the Athlon Ares ETR 4.5 to 30 by 56, you'll find some unusual similarities.
Interesting. Got it. I will say I've been extremely impressed with their Optica 6 line, and we just, I think, got in like some of the first Optica 5 models for the dollar, like price point wise. I think they're very, very difficult to beat.
Are you at all familiar with the Zeiss Conquest HD scopes?
Yeah.
So Conquest HD was a Chinese-made scope. The scope was made in China. The eyepiece was made in China, shipped to Germany separately, assembled in Germany, put in a box, sent to the market. If you still have any of those, compare them to Optica 5. It'll be interesting to see what you find.
Interesting.
Yeah, just a hunch.
Yeah, right. Of course.
No, it's just a hunch.
So explain the I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. Dichroic,
reticle.
Reticle, yeah. So I understand that it was originally developed for tanks or something like that.
One of them, yeah.
Okay,
There's a company that Meopta purchased, and their former owner is now one of the CTOs for Meopta. I talked to him. I run into them professionally for my day job once in a while. Okay,
so our rep for Meopta can't explain this to me well, and I don't blame him. But I'm sure you can. So like the way it looks on paper and in a scope is that it's like a pre-colored illuminated section of the reticle.
It's not illuminated.
I know it's not actually illuminated, but it's like it affects.
So it's a thin film coating
Yeah.
that is designed to block out everything other than one particular color. Okay. So there is less light transmitted there, but because it's only one particular color, it stands out a little bit. But that's also because, but it's also partially translucent in that way. Okay. So it is an interesting effect in that you can make comparatively thick lines that are very visible, and they are slightly different colors, so they stand out adequately well, but they're still partially translucent that you don't fully lose your situational awareness. I looked at one of the prototypes, so 3 to 12 by 56 with a number 4 reticle where the thick bars were this dichroic thing, and the center crosshair was a regular crosshair, and even without illumination, it was surprisingly easy to see. Now, as the light gets really low, you lose all that color. You just don't see color anymore.
Yeah.
But during the day, it stood out very nicely. And when you're looking at shaded areas and all that, it's surprising how well it stands out. Another big advantage, one of the things they can do with dichroic is that, and they've looked at this, so the reticle, let's say, is set up so that you see these reddish bars, right? But then you can put additional, let's say, caps on it or something like that that have a different type of dichroic filter, transmits some that blocks some other narrow wavelength, right? So the reticle, the red bar only transmits red. Then they can make a cap using a reverse of that same dichroic coating that only blocks green, for example. And you can have different multicolor variations of what you see and what you don't see and how it all looks, and it'll make, by blocking, for example, only green, you can make reds and browns stand out, and you still see your red dichroic reticle that also stands out. You can trick your human perception into seeing certain things pop out more than you would otherwise without screwing up the whole scope. Remember, when you're doing this to every lens in a scope, you got what you got. If you have a regular scope with a dichroic reticle and dichroic covers on two ends, you can adjust to different lighting conditions, environments, and all whatever else. It's a clever idea that they're not doing enough with, but it is also difficult to explain.
Yeah, but it's super cool. Like the first time I looked through one, I was like, "What the hell is this? I need it."
Yeah, did my explanation make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. If you have questions,
they
by
were
the desk. All right, moving right along. How much are you willing to pay for this, Joe? I can get you one probably next year.
Can you like rough range, price point range?
No, not publicly, not yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, quite a few don't want me around. Some tolerate me. Some will spray you with holy water and start pointing crosses at you when I show up.
They're okay with experiencing that around.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Here's the thing, right? So I'm very friendly with quite a few manufacturers, and they understand that the product stands on their own merit, and some can't quite handle it. One of the things to keep in mind is that I'm changing my channel right now. I'm trying to get away from affiliate marketing and all that sort of stuff, and trying to, not very successfully, but slowly but surely, convince people to directly sponsor the channel, do the membership thing either here or on locals.com. I don't like the whole split loyalties business. And my loyalty is ultimately to my audience, right? And I know you work for Pyramid Air, and I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but
no, I get it. Like, you still don't understand it.
I'm not going to push a product I don't believe in. I looked into affiliate marketing very carefully, right? And to be successful in it, you need to figure out what's hot and recommend what's hot and this, and I'm just not going to do it. I'm an expert in my field, and that's why people listen to me. That's basically it, right? If I start hawking just whatever's hot right now, I'm just like everybody else, and I don't enjoy this. So I'm trying to switch to a subscription model because I need to have complete freedom to piss off anybody in the industry who needs to be pissed off.
Sure.
That's basically it. Okay.
And that's okay. I think, so one of the interesting things for me, you know, I think a lot of people inherently see the logo on a shirt wrong side. The image is flipped, idiot. You know, they see the logo on a shirt in a video or whatever and assume my opinion is bought, sold, and paid for or whatever, you know. And the opinion expressed in our videos is very much my own. But I will say you're never going to see a video where I bash a product, right? Because it doesn't help anyone, in my opinion. Now, and I don't mean that to say that it's not useful information as to what happened with the gun or what, but it's not useful for me to put that video out there. If you're going to ask me about said product, I'm totally okay with telling you what my experience it was with it. And I do it all the time on our Instagram page. We do a lot of like the Q&A stuff. And I'm pretty candid with my own experiences with the guns, even if it's something we've reviewed, not reviewed, whatever. But at the same time, I think you have to have a balance of both, right? And this goes across the board for any company in any industry where you have to deal with and be able to take feedback from anybody that is doing what you're doing and completely unfiltered, unfettered, straight, you know, no BS feedback, as well as people that are going to talk about the good things, say the things that have to be said about the shortcomings, but not blast it.
Correct.
You have to do both. And if you're go ahead. Yeah.
I seldom blast anyone. And for example, when people, you know, send me something for review, if I find something bad, I will tell them before I publish it. I will still publish everything. But at least they have a chance to say something for when I add a commentary. If you think I got 11, I'll look at another one. I'm not out to sink anyone.
Right.
But like I said, ultimately my loyalty is to the audience and they deserve the best that I can do. Right. And I don't bash anyone. I report good and bad the way I found it.
Right. And that's the best approach. It's 100% straightforward and 100% honest. And that's, I think if anybody is telling the consumer, regardless of who you work for, what you do, something that is blatantly untrue, that's a problem. I think what a lot of people miss is that you have to understand that any statement made in any video across the board is that person's experience.
Correct.
And not the experience that you're going to have 100% of the time, because there are defects and failures across the board in all price points of all things.
Correct.
So, you know, I just love the comments where like, this guy's fucking lying, you know, like you know, I got this and it was shit and it was broken. And it's like, you just said it was broken, dude. Obviously mine was not. So what are you talking?
Correct. That's why I always talk to the manufacturers or whoever sent me stuff before, because I could have gotten a fluke. I'm not out to sink anyone. For some things I probably can if I really want to. I don't want to. I get no joy out of that. It's much better to find something that's really cool than something that blows.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
Ultimately, I have to report what I find.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Brian loves Night Force.
Brian, what's your discount, man?
He already went to sleep. He's a cop in New York.
Okay.
So,
God bless that guy, man.
Yeah, he's a really good dude. I mean, I give him a hard time because I like Brian, but
sure.
Yeah, he works in the forensics labs.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I think with half the cops in New York retiring because the mayor is a fucking imbecile.
Yeah.
They chase him out to the patrol, I think, and stuff like that.
Oof.
Okay, I think this question is for you. And although there is less volume in bourbon, it's not my first glass, so now I need a bathroom break.
Okay. I will fire away. So sorting, washing, lubing pellets. Personally, it's something I've done and dabbled in. More the sorting side than the washing and lubing. I've messed with washing, and what this person means by washing is physically taking your pellets and like soapy water and tumbling them, right, and getting kind of these small little lead particles out. It can be helpful, but if you're shooting, in my opinion, if you're shooting pellets that need to be washed, you probably have a problem this day and age. Pellets are pretty good where you shouldn't have to wash them. Now, lubing can certainly assist in some areas, particularly with barrel cleaning intervals. If you lube your pellets a lot, you may not have to clean your barrel as often, which can be helpful. Doesn't necessarily improve accuracy, but can improve consistency, which you mentioned, and barrel cleaning, of course. Sorting is probably the biggest thing. I don't really subscribe to weight sorting for field target. For long range, long distance bench rest, it can certainly be useful and necessary with the variances you see in pellet weight. But really, when you talk about sorting, head size is what you want to sort for. And something that is can be very effective if you have a barrel that is kind of picky, or if you're really trying to get consistent and exacting accuracy from a gun, and you're kind of seeing a flyer every now and again. Sometimes sorting for head size can definitely make a difference and eliminate some of those flyers. And there are multiple ways to do that. There's probably the easiest way is what's called the pellet gauge. And that guy is pretty handy to have, but not the best way to sort your pellets. So for Ilya, who's just joined us back now. By the way, am I pronouncing that okay? It's kind of a hard name.
Pretty good.
I feel like.
So the Russian pronunciation is Ilya, but in America I've been Ilya for 30 years, so it's pretty good.
Ilya. Yeah, more but
there are certain sounds in the Russian alphabet you can't pronounce.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Even in my Russian accent, it would be shitty. So what I was just saying is that washing, I feel like if you have to wash your pellets in this day and age, it's kind of a waste of time. Lubing pellets with different things can definitely help you not have to clean as often, and sometimes help with consistency over the course of a couple hundred or thousands of rounds. And sorting, when you're doing it for head size, can be very valuable if you have a good mechanism to sort with. Weight sorting, I'm not a huge fan of unless you're shooting 100-yard bench rest. Not because it's mechanical and monotonous and stupid, but because it doesn't matter for 55 yards and in, unless you have pellets that are off by more than a grain, which any decent pellet is not going to be.
Interesting. Yeah, so I haven't done any of this stuff.
Good, don't.
Because I basically remember, so up to now, my airgun shooting was more training for shooting ARs, bolt guns, that kind of stuff. And I am moderately, so I'm fortunate enough to have the luxury of owning some pretty good quality guns, both air guns and firearms. And I will never admit this publicly, so I may have to erase this video in the end, but when I don't hit the target, it's not the gun's fault.
Yes.
It's usually not the optics fault either, not the mounts, not the crown of the muzzle, not the flash suppressor, not the can. It's usually the imbecile pulling on the trigger 8 times harder than he should.
I would be very curious to see. So your best trigger on an air gun. No, let's do the
Dreamline. The Dreamline is the best I have.
Do you have better firearms triggers than the Dreamline?
No, I don't go full ultralight triggers.
Okay, so you would shit bricks shooting like some of my FT stuff.
Yeah.
We're talking about like 3 ounces, and you can feel the wall if you pay attention.
No, I don't have the feel for that. So.
That is one thing that can be taught for sure.
No, not me actually.
Well, it's so light you can pull through it and not do anything.
When I was 3 or 4 months old, in Russia, they gave me a vaccination from some disease of some sort, and it was dirty or some normal Soviet Union bullshit where they added gasoline to it and some other crap. Started seizing up and almost died, and some part of the brain fried. So they didn't think I'd make it, and all that sort of stuff. Doctors gave up. When I was growing up, my motoric development, reflexes and all that was severely compromised. Like I would try to clap my hands and miss, and my face was twitching, all that. You can imagine how much it added to my sunny personality. I got past that with martial arts. That's how I started. I did wrestling. I got kicked out of that for being mean. Somebody called me a kike, accidentally broke his leg, purely by accident. I was doing judo fairly well, because it was like kind of legal way to beat people up. Got kicked out of that. Didn't go through the medical before the next tournament. I'm nearsighted. In Russia, you couldn't do that. Started doing Kung Fu because it was illegal anyway, so there was no medical. I caught up with all my peers when I was about 13 or so, and I was way ahead of everyone by the time I was 15, 16. But there's certain things, brain rewires itself, right? There's some parts of my brain that are not really doing what they're supposed to, and others are compensating. Certain things I did not get back. Feeling a 3-ounce trigger, I'm fairly certain is one of those things.
Huh. Well, if you've never done it, you can't say for sure.
No, I've tried.
Okay, all right.
A set trigger in a CZ bolt gun is way beyond me.
Okay. Yeah, I have.
I mean, I can feel where it's there, but I can't really control that let off very well.
Sure. So, all right. So this is. I'm sure you have a thing at like a SHOT Show or a something like that where you're looking at a scope and you probably, I would assume, if you don't, I don't know why you don't, where like you might look through a scope and just hand it back to somebody and just walk away without saying anything. And it's usually like, this is my negative response, right? I have a thing.
I'm much meaner than that.
Good. No. I like it, but
I make them cry.
Oh, see, well, that's a bit far. I like people going like, what the fuck is that guy on, right? So I will sit there and walk up to a booth and they'll tell me like, oh, this has a match trigger on it or this and that, right? And so I sit there and I do this and I just sit on the wall. And like from a feeling perspective, right? What I always try and go for on a good trigger is like, I don't want to speak for other people. I can feel myself applying more pressure with on the pad of my finger until that trigger breaks. And they'll tell me it's a match trigger, and I'll ask them what it breaks, around or at, and they'll tell me some number that's like just under a pound or something. And I understand in the firearms world, for the most part, that's pretty good, right? So I'll sit there on the wall with this like kind of exasperated look on my face, just kind of like, click, and just hand it back and walk away. And not because most of the time I've had this conversation with a few people, and you look at them and go like, yeah, that's not a match trigger, sorry. And they go, oh, well, what do you shoot? And I'm like, you can go to the on-shoots booth over there. You can go talk to like Walther, or you can go try yourself a 10-meter gun, and then you will understand what a trigger is. This is not a trigger. That's my, like, I can appreciate a crisp wall, but once we get over a pound, I'm kind of like, okay, fine. So
in practical, most of my triggers are for ARs in a 3 to 4 pound range. Bolt guns typically in about 3 pound range. Have some adjustable ones, etc. That some go down to about 1.5. In practical terms, for me, a 1 pound or lower trigger is patently unsafe, and I shouldn't be doing it just because of the way my hands are wired.
Geisley National Match High Speed.
Yeah, I have one of the guys. No, I have a Geisley DMR. I don't have the high speed.
Hands down, best 2-stage AR trigger I've ever found.
Have you played much with Trigger Tech?
I've heard good things, but I haven't yet.
So my guns are mostly either Geisley, different DMR or SSAE, depending on the gun. But last 2 or 3 were Trigger Tech, and they're really growing on me.
Okay.
Slightly different feel. But if I were building a precision-oriented AR right now, it would have a Trigger Tech in it.
Interesting. Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Not something I say lightly. I'm not sponsored by any of these guys. I'm not sponsored by anyone, so
I need an excuse to build another AR right now. So
you really should. There's always a good reason to build another AR.
Well, I might have 1 or 2 that don't have uppers on them because I haven't figured out what I want to do with them yet. So it's
I have ideas if you need.
Oh, excellent. I know what one of them's going. I need to buy a PWS Mark 111 or something, but and also put the paperwork in for a can. But I've heard that's exceedingly long wait time right now.
Yeah, I just bought one. I need to go do the paperwork. Okay, moving on. Yeah, there's no rocket science to it. I can make you a chart, but it's not the same as dope. Dope is when you actually test it in the field. Okay, this is going to sound bad. So one of the reasons I started doing the membership thing on YouTube with multiple different layers of it at different cost is that at this stage, I'm getting, I used to say 10 to 15, now it's closer to 15 and no more questions per day that I have to think about how to answer them. So I'm using the membership thing as a filter. Because I'm at the point where, given all the things that I do, I cannot answer everything in sufficient detail. Can I build one for you? Yeah. Am I going to do it? In practical terms, no, because I'm busy with paying members, right? I started doing this live thing so that I would have interaction with a lot more people than I would otherwise. Once we go offline, I also have to sleep sometimes.
Yeah. There's a phrase I'm thinking of, and I think it's like "fuck you, pay me."
In the grand scheme of things, yeah. A year ago, it would not be an issue. Now, I just like, when the hell am I supposed to do this?
Yeah.
Right. So I have a separate Discord thing for people who subsidize my channel, and they get dibs. I mean, that's what it's for.
That's awesome.
I'm not happy doing this, but the hell am I supposed to do? There's only so much time in a day.
Yeah,
right?
There's a lot of.
If I could, I'd help everyone. Right. I can't. At this point, I just can't.
And I will say there are a lot of programs that can really, really assist you with making.
It's JBM Ballistics Online can run all the different temperature simulations. The problem is that you have to go and test them, right? But the differences they simulate between temperatures are generally accurate. But at whatever temperature you do, where you do the testing, you have to use that as the anchor for ballistic calculation, and then you can adjust everything else. But yeah, I mean, it's not hard to do. I can do it, but it's just time that I don't necessarily have. I can do that, or I can do a live show with Tyler. Nothing personal. I'm going to do a live show with Tyler.
That's so sweet.
And I just lost my audience. It is what it is. You will always get a straight answer. You won't always like the answer, but you will always get a straight one.
Oh, what industry?
Yeah, we'll assume it's for you.
Okay. I suppose with Airguns, I mean, for me, it's, I think we've, like I was explaining before, kind of the race to the bottom in PCPs as far as price goes. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think we've seen kind of the maxed out kind of budget limit in terms of what can be done manufactured for, a $200-300 price point. What I'm curious to see is what's next from a lot of these companies in terms of, like, we've seen their $300 gun and they have a $300 gun and nothing else in the PCP market, because realistically the PCP market is the biggest part of kind of the growth in the airgun industry. I'm curious to see what that $500-600 option looks like and what features are now being built in. Just a year ago we had $1,000 was like you could get an adjustable regulator and kind of other power adjustments on the gun, and now like that Avenger I was telling you about has an external regulator adjustment.
That's the Air Ventura.
Yeah. As well as a hammer spring adjustment. So that's kind of changed the way a lot of people look at what a budget gun can be. So for me, I'm curious to see what those next steps forward are. And I know what some of them are, but I'm very curious to see how the industry reacts to that. And I'm also curious to see how the high-end manufacturers, the FXs, the Rapid Air Weapons, Air Arms, Daystate, kind of maybe try to move down in price point. Like I think FX did a great job with the Dreamline. They've created a modular system that kind of can fit anybody, any shooter, any shooting style, with an airgun, of course. But I'm curious to see kind of where that goes, if they drop, down into a sub $1,000 price point, or if they, maybe whatever the next evolution is for them and those other high-end manufacturers. I'm very curious and eager to see what that is. But I think big bores and I think, kind of mid-range, mid-price PCPs are kind of where the industry is headed.
have a question.
Yeah.
Following up on that. So I don't know how much of the long conversation with Joe that we had you watched. We talked about this Airgun Leshy 2,
Yeah.
which is semi-automatic airgun.
Uh-huh.
I have not seen one, but I sense that I want one.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So they are rarer than hen's teeth, and Brian and I had a candid conversation. He understands what I can do to him if I don't get one from the next batch.
That is one of the few air guns that we don't sell, like brand wise. We don't sell Airgun. Brian is like, I think, the only person that. Well, no, I think
that's true.
Yeah.
Regardless, my question is not about that gun. My question is about semi-automatic air guns.
Sure. Like,
is anything interesting coming? I did not know these things existed. Remember, so I don't follow air guns that much, although I should and I will. I got a couple of nice ones. I got that Dreamline. It's set up like an AR, so it fits well with my training. That thing is stupid accurate. Maybe not by your standards, definitely by mine, because a wonderful trigger.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy, right? I saw somewhere a while back somebody was doing semi-automatic air guns. It was either Turkish or Chinese or something, and it looked crude, and I wasn't excited about it. So I ignored it. Brian is not known for bullshitting. He says Leshy 2 is good. Well, if they solve the problem, that means other people either have or will in the next 8 seconds. Is anything interesting coming? Is it worthwhile? Is it all hoopla? Is it all bunch of nonsense? Is it
okay? So historically speaking, we're specifically focused on PCPs, right? Because semi-auto CO2 guns have been out for forever.
Yeah, that's not what that's not what I mean.
Historically speaking, there are some way cooler semi-auto pistols specifically in CO2 that have been out in the past that are no longer available, that are way cooler than anything we have today. But PCP wise, semi-auto air guns, probably like 15 or 20 years old now. FX has done them. I think probably the kind of proliferation of them was like a Korean company, Evanix. They made like a whole bunch of different.
Yeah, I've seen that name. Yeah.
Yeah. And so FX's system was largely blowback based, which is kind of what a lot of the Turkish and Chinese companies are using now, which is hard to do well and for the long term. We'll say that. The guns usually run themselves into the ground at some point. There's a reason FX doesn't make any semi-auto models anymore, or stopped, I should say, a couple of years ago. It's not like they weren't selling them. And Hatsan, and which is a Turkish company, is probably.
Yeah, I have a Hatsan airgun somewhere. I haven't seen it in a couple of years. The hell is with it? It's a PCP.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually accurate, but it was really crude.
And that's a fair way to describe some of those guns. They're usually a good value, is the way I put it. They're not bad, but they're not finished as well as your next.
I think Midway was closing them out at like 40% of the price, and I picked one up. It was cheap.
Probably
it was
like
25.
AT-44 side lever.
It was a PCP side with a magazine.
Like a little silver magazine with the teeth on it.
Yeah, it looked kind of like it. Yeah.
Hatsan AT-44 is the model. They still make it. They make a suppressed version now, which is pretty decent. But again, that's like a $500 gun, $400 or $500 gun.
Yeah, I think I bought it for like $200, which is why I picked it up. And it was nice, but compared to the Air Force I have, and now to the FX, I just don't have any use for it. I don't know where it is.
Sure. Yeah. So like semi-auto, and actually there are a handful of full auto PCPs on the market right now, which is kind of a touchy subject for some, which has been done in years past, even in big bores. So it's not really a new thing, but the Airgun specifically does a couple things interesting, or that are interesting, I should say, in both the valve design and some of the adjustments and changes you can make to the gun. It should be, if my understanding of the way the gun works is somewhat right, it should be a better, longer lasting system than really anything we've seen to date in the semi-auto market for people specifically. So that's one of the, obviously I think they just got the first shipment in and they were 100% spoken for. And I suspect that the second shipment will be much the same.
It better not be.
Well, hey, it doesn't mean there's not one earmarked for you. What happens behind the scenes, I will say I've told, I don't know if I've told Brian this, but I've told a handful of people this, like, I want that gun bad. But
actually, sorry to interrupt. I pulled up my Midway order history. It was Hudson Galatian PCP air rifle.
Okay. Similar, actually, action based to the AT-44.
Okay.
They actually get a semi-auto version of that gun now. Looks a lot like a shotgun. They're okay. But yeah, I've told a handful of people this, like, I want that Leshy 2 bad, but I refuse to pay retail. That's my, I work in the industry. I can get just about anything else without paying retail. That's kind of my thing. I would love to also sell them, and I told Brian that. So that's another thing, but I don't know if it makes business sense. But anyway, yeah, for me, that's probably the top contender for a semi-auto air gun right now that will stand the test of time, because we've seen a lot of them come and go.
Okay, so I don't fully understand how it works. I have a mental note somewhere to figure out. Maybe I'll have Brian hook me up with Ed, since we speak the same language. It shouldn't be too difficult. But I'm very curious. I almost bought Leshy 1 at some point, but chose against it because I wanted something magazine fed. But for a guy who, like, no matter what we do, for me, a big thing is training for firearms. A semi-auto air gun it's perfect, right? That's the doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, I will say probably something that would be your speed and really inexpensive. Sig Sauer makes a their MCX Virtus model. They make a PCP version of that.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's like $300. It's on a belt fed system, so the trigger is pretty rough. Right. But yeah, that's the real downside. And I can't speak to the general accuracy of the gun because I haven't spent a lot of time with them, because when they came out, it was kind of when the kind of COVID airgun craze started. Because we've seen, just like everybody else on the firearms side, have seen just this like massive uptick. So like we have a real trouble keeping those in stock right now. So I haven't even gotten my hands on one to really test it, which sucks, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm spoiled. I will not buy a gun that's not accurate, no matter what it costs. So
that's a good rule to live by.
So I probably will end up with a Leshy 2, even if it cost Brian his life.
Well, as long as it doesn't cost you anything, that's all that matters.
I'm sure he'll charge me for it. I'm not arguing that.
Of course.
I'm not trying to get a discount. I'm just trying to cut ahead of the line. We'll see what happens.
I would be curious, actually. What is your take on this question, but more tailored to the optics side?
So, I'll refer you to one of the recent issues of the AR-15 magazine. The future of the optics is electro-optic integration. SIG is doing it. A bunch of people are doing it. Going purely digital is not awesome. ATN, X-Sight, and all that works. I think there are problems. Purely optical is getting really well optimized. I think there is still some room with lightweight scopes to do some better things. But aside from that, we've kind of reached a plateau. Electro-optic integration is where things get interesting. Integrated ballistic computers like
the BDX stuff.
BDX is one of them. This is what's it called? A Revit.
Okay, yeah.
And the Steiner IFS actually does similar things. I think I like the interface a little more. These are kind of the first truly decent EO integration things. SIG BDX is not bad. Verus Eliminator has some issues, but it's getting better. Swarovski DS, there's some issues with that. In many ways, the scope that Vortex used to win one of the military tenders for a huge development project, it's a 1:8x30 with a projected reticle. That's a big deal. Being able to have a fully electronic projected reticle in addition to a conventional reticle is going to be the game changer, because you can project reticle, you can project an image, and then you can really combine optical with electronic. I think that's the next big step.
I like it.
What shape it's going to take, I can't tell you. for several reasons. One, I could be wrong, and two, well, I kind of work with these things for a living. I just can't tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm involved with in advisory capacity with 2 or 3 different efforts. I don't know which one's going to work. And I have another one in the back of my mind that I need to patent, but I don't want to spend the money, so I'm not telling anyone about it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I will ask you something unrelated, and this is your personal interest question. So LPVOs.
Yes.
Anything 1 to 8 that's worth buying that's not over $1,000?
Second focal plane or front focal plane?
Preferably front.
No.
Okay. That was all I needed to know.
There may be one coming, but I need to look at it more carefully.
Sure.
And the question is not so simple because it depends on what you use it for, right? If you want speed on 1x for ARs, you really need a brightly illuminated reticle. And with front focal plane LPVOs, that costs money.
Yeah.
If you are okay with reticle features taking care of things and not being terribly bright, that's a different ballgame. And we can talk about it. There are a couple potentially coming to the market within the next few months. And by SHOT Show, we may know more.
Okay. I purchased the Miopta 1 to 6, and it's okay.
The Optica 6 or Miostar R2?
The Optica 6, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the Optica 6s I have not tested. It's okay, but it's not great.
Yeah, and that's kind of my interpretation. Like after looking at, a Vortex, 1 to 6 or 1 to 10, I mean, it's just like,
yeah. If you want the front focal plane LPVO right now, bite the bullet, get your discount, get a 1 to 10 Razor Gen 3, and just do that. It is that good. Schmidt's better, but $4,500.
Is it bad that, and this is my own personal problem, when I look at putting an optic on a firearm, I think budget-wise way less than I do for my air guns. That's horrible to say out loud, actually.
There should be no relationship. Both serve a purpose.
Yeah. No, you're right. I feel like I don't have the use case in terms of how often and how much I use them.
It's a different ballgame, right? Yeah. The way my recommendations with LPVOs goes right now, and around $1,000 or just under, get a second focal plane Delta Striker 1 to 6. And next step up is a Razor Gen 3. There is a bunch of other good scopes in there. I mean, they're all perfectly fine, but they're not getting a significant improvement.
Interesting. Thank you.
Absolutely, anything. Okay, so I saw this next comment, and I preemptively poured myself a glass. I hate you.
I caught on to this with your conversation with Joe, the Rex thing. There must be
a couple of people who go by Rex. They both suck. So depending, we may have been talking about different people, but basically, people who got in YouTube early start talking about this stuff early, have huge followings. Can't tell the ass from an elbow. I mean, if I'm ever assassinated and they find my body in the ditch, it's one of these two guys, or Night Force guys, or Carlos Swarovski. Those would be the prime contenders.
Collis wouldn't do it. Swaro maybe.
Definitely. And Collis and Swaro is the same company.
Yeah. No, I know that, but there has to be somebody capable of taking the shot, and I don't believe that to be the case.
But here's the problem, right? It has to be done from a long distance, because if you get up close, they have no chance.
I understand. That's why I made the statement.
The collapse of the Soviet Union. I'm not easily intimidated. But anyhow. And this kind of crap drives me into drinking, because I have to explain the same bullshit again and again and again and again.
We don't have to get into it. I was just...
They have such a large audience, and they say things with such an air of self-important confidence. And I get this, right? I can say the stupidest thing and sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I make a conscious effort not to do so. They don't.
Fair enough.
Okay. So this is about the Optica 6. When Miopta introduced the Optica 6, there was a million different variations for some reason, and they canceled half of them because they were not practical.
Yes.
They really need them. Get in line. It is a long freaking line.
Speaking of shot, do you actually think it's going to happen? I know you hope it does, but do you actually think it's going to happen?
They say it does, but Safari Club International just got canceled.
Yeah. Well, and plus, what was it? The one that was the electronic show, CES.
Yeah, well, that I knew would get canceled.
Yeah, but it's way bigger,
but it's not about the size, all right? The NSSF and SHOT Show people generally have a reason to want to stick it to everyone. So basically, what they're saying is that unless the governor really pulls the plug, they're doing it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the last I heard was that the governor basically restricted meeting sizes or something at restaurants. There was some weird thing that had to do with restaurants, and that's like holding the whole thing up. But I just think everybody's waiting until after the election.
Pretty much. Look, it's if Biden wins on November 5th, coronavirus will be all of a sudden not contagious, right?
Right.
Okay. So do you know Robbie Stewart?
Mm-hmm.
He's also friends with Brian, and he knows that Brian wants a discount.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so Robbie is in Calgary, and I think the temperature dropped to minus 30 C yesterday.
Probably.
Ha!
And knowing where Robbie's from, it's amazing that he still lives in Calgary.
Calgary is very nice. For people,
yeah.
I have a subcutaneous layer of fat, so I don't care.
Robbie doesn't.
Yeah, he's skinny and stuff. So I'm perfectly comfortable in the middle of Arizona desert in August and perfectly comfortable in the Arctic, right? It's all the same to me. I just, I need a hat because I burn, but that's pretty much it.
I'm uncomfortable in both, actually. So,
yeah. Anyhow, so I think this is a question for you.
Yeah. I've shot a ton of different field target rifles. Kind of one of the things that keeps me interested in not only the game, but also just air guns in general is trying new stuff. This same thing could be said for optics. I just like it. Keeps me interested. It gives me something to do. Because shooting the same thing over and over and over gets boring. So I shot. I had a Steyr LG 100, and before that an LG 110. I was pretty hard on the Steyr train for a while, and they shoot well. They're great guns. A little pricey now in the U.S., but the rest of the world they're pretty accessible for a decent number.
The one that some gangbanger in Chicago is enjoying now?
Probably, although I haven't seen it come up for sale because it would be stupid not to try and sell it because it was. Well, it would actually be also very stupid to try and sell it because it was hydro dipped, like custom wood, all of it. So it would be really, really difficult to sell and somebody not find it and say, "Hey, Tyler, like you need to go kill this guy."
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah. So that's anyway. After I lost that gun during that time, I was actually working with Onshoots North America. Evaluating their 90-15 field target rifle, and so I just obviously didn't have a choice at that point and bit the bullet and just full over switch to the Onshoots and found out what it needed from an improvement perspective and did it and have done it to a bunch of guns now. And it's a good platform, but I kind of got intrigued by this American-made gun, the Thomas Air Rifles, a guy out of Colorado. Mike Nix is his name. World-class bench rest shooter and also an amazing field target shooter as well. The guy holds records and his guns hold records for bench rest in airgun. So just a great shooter, and I had known him for a couple of years and talked to him kind of on and off about the gun, and he finally got the gun to a point where after talking to him, I felt like a lot of the problems with some of these custom one-off guns or custom built guns is that constantly over time they're being improved upon. And my concern as an end user is always, if I come into this at some point, 2 weeks from now, you're going to tell me you solved this riddle and I'm going to have to send it back to you and have it upgraded. And I hate that. So he finally got the gun to a point where I felt like he's probably close to done. And he is not at all close to done, but he got it to a point where it checked all the boxes for me. So it's a very short gun. It only has a I don't know, 14.5-inch barrel or something like that. Shrouded, of course, but the gun's just built like a tank, and it's also very easy to work on, very easy to change power on, kind of at will, with just a couple adjustments. So was one of those things that was like American-made gun. I can get it made in whatever color I want. I had this spare set of wood that a gentleman over in England made me a couple of years back for a different gun that Mike was now making his gun to kind of adapt to those parts. And I said, screw it, do it. And yeah, a couple months later, I had a fresh green Thomas air rifle, and it's been shooting fantastic ever since.
How expensive is that gun?
Retails like $4 grand.
To a normal person.
Huh? Sorry, what?
To a normal person.
Yeah. Well, yeah, $4 grand I think is the street price, but that's without the butt assembly system, whatever you choose, and without like a knee riser and all that. So that's like grip and cheek piece and a knee riser piece as well, but they're not like adjustable. And everybody, if you're going to spend that much money, you're buying all the other stuff anyway. So
okay, so that's actually an interesting question. Let's say if I go to sleep tonight after eating an uncomfortable number of lamb chops that are waiting for me downstairs. If restaurants are open, we should go eat in Las Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things I really enjoy. Keeps me from killing you all. But anyhow, if I lost my ever-loving mind upon waking up in the morning and decided to participate in the next field target competition, what's the lowest cost of entry?
Oh, God. Aside from it being a PCP.
I have a Dreamline, for example, right?
Yeah.
Can I get stuff added to the Dreamline and just go shoot?
So you can shoot Hunter Division with a $300 gun, like very easily, because you don't need all of the adjustable parts and things that I need to sit down on the ground with the gun.
Basically, all you need is a bucket and shooting sticks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need a scope, a side wheel, and all those.
Yeah,
things.
I'm okay on scopes.
Right. Well, but the side wheels, you're not. I know you're not. There's only a handful that come with them. But if you do,
side wheel for Hunter Division.
So you're still range finding with the optic. You're just only limited to 16x. So it makes that range finding much more difficult at the longer distances. But I know people. We could, if you decide to go that route, we can hook you up with a like. So this one, a buddy of mine, his name's Bill Rabbit, makes all these 3D printed side wheels. I don't know if you can see that, but that's like a very phallic shape right there. So this was there's a very popular picture that goes around on social media of this upholstered cushion that has these flowers on it, and in the negative space of the flower, there's a big penis. So that's what I had Bill replicate the pattern, but like he makes all my stuff for me. So like this is a magnetic setup, so the wheel just pulls off with a hub attachment and just snaps right back on if I can figure it out. So yeah, but all different designs, whatever you want. So that we can make happen, and he's made them for a bunch of different scopes, largely because I own a bunch of different scopes.
Okay, so for Hunter, you don't need all that much.
You could get into it with a $300 PCP, or conversely, a couple $100 spring gun. In the spring division, you can.
Okay.
Yeah. There's PCPs and there's spring guns. With a spring gun, I mean a TX200 or an HW97K will get you into it and be competitive right away.
Okay, oh, very interesting. Okay, so basically, what you're trying to tell me is that I have no excuse. There is no good reason for me to claim that I suck because my gear is not good. It's just me.
Yeah, you could buy tomorrow. You could buy a caliber change kit for your Dreamline and switch it over to 177. And I mean, you could do it with a 22 as well. But you don't have the trajectory or the margin for error advantage with as you
have an Air Force 17 calibers.
Sure, that'd be an okay option. Ideally, you'd want something that's regulated because you're shooting a lot of shots and you don't have to constantly.
Yeah, it's not regulated.
Yeah, you can get a regulator for them if you wanted to, but I don't think it's worth it from a platform perspective. Good guns for what they're meant for, which is hunting and killing stuff. So, or what you use them for, which is like tactical, practical application stuff, which is good too. Yeah.
Honestly, it seemed like it would be accurate, and what I liked about it is that the way the balance works is close to a lot of lightweight ARs that I use because the tank is in the back.
Yep.
A a lot of the tactical style ARs that I build all my ARs, obviously, right? And a lot of them have very lightweight barrels because I like the balance to be between my hands. And the Air Force, weirdly, balance is just right for that.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's see. At almost 4 hours, we've outlasted most of our audience. You're a trooper, man.
Yeah, it's all good. Enjoyed it.
AR triggers. Yeah, so look, it's not difficult to get a very decent AR trigger these days for not all that much money. I'm a spoiled brat, pretty much. So I use some fairly nice stuff. But yeah, LaRue trigger is actually quite good. I mean, there are worked over GI triggers that are quite nice. I don't like them because I like 2-stage triggers. But they work really well. There's no question to it. Okay. Bill is a buddy of mine from Colorado. PCP stands for pre-charged pneumatic. It's basically guns with a tank that has compressed air in it.
Has to be filled from an external source. That's the best way to kind of put it. Although there are a handful of PCPs that you can have an onboard pump of some variety.
Didn't FX used to make one? I was kind of looking at that. The prepper in me liked the idea of a 30 cal air gun with a built-in pump.
Yeah, the Independence or the Indy, which was the bullpup version. Yeah. No, they decided to discontinue it when they originally released the rifle. There were some moisture issues, which kind of were expected, I suppose, by anybody who knew anything about pumping a gun. But they fixed it very quickly and retrofitted pretty much everybody's gun that had one. And as far as I know, they had worked reliably for all the years since. The gun came out probably 2013 or so, 14, somewhere in that ballpark. And they were before that, actually, 2011. But they were really, really good. And obviously typical FX accuracy and quality on all the other stuff, from the barrels to the triggers to everything else. And since then, the only other company that's made one is this company out of China that does a lot of very unique things. But it's sold here in the U.S. as the either Nova Freedom or the Seneca Aspen, one of those two iterations, and they're okay. The barrels are actually quite good, and it's a decent trigger for a $300 gun. But the pump system is not infallible. We'll say that. And for $300, if you expect it to be, you're sadly misguided. So,
yeah. Also, Bill, yeah, I plan to do more gun reviews, but there are a lot of people doing gun reviews, and I'm kind of busy. There are a few that I'm planning to do some reviews on because I find them interesting, but general purpose gun reviews probably not so much. I'm pretty sure he's talking about you, not me.
Keith's a buddy of mine. He actually shoots with us here. Yeah, I appreciate it, brother.
Oh, so he's brown nosing, got it.
No, I mean, well, Keith shoots in a different division, so he doesn't have to worry about me kicking his ass.
Okay. If I knew that, I could make a lot of money betting on things.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? I wonder what the Vegas odds on that are.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily trust them.
Mm.
If you were to put my back to the wall, I'd say probably Trump. Because I think it's heading that way. I think Joe Biden is too senile. Socialism is still a dirty word for the majority of the electorate. But you never know.
Yeah, you never know. But I would like to think the same.
I sure hope so. He's a very imperfect messenger for the conservative libertarian message. But Trump has something that most Republican politicians haven't exhibited until Trump showed them that it's okay to exhibit it. So on my locals.com website, I started talking more about politics, and I wrote a piece on the importance of Trump and importance of Harris, a few other things. Trump has courage. It is often misplaced and misguided, but then again, he's not really talking to me. He's got my vote locked up, and I vote on issues. But he has courage to do what he believes to be the right thing. and without feeling sorry about it, without having to apologize for it. For as long as I've been in America, somehow Republican politicians always feel the need to apologize for doing something that their constituents want. And Trump is showing quite convincingly that you don't have to. You don't have to feel sorry that you believe in capitalism. You don't have to feel sorry and apologetic that you believe in individual freedoms. Look at what happened, for example, to Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was my regional choice, right? In the primaries, I voted for Ted Cruz. Trump got elected. Cruz grew some extra cojones, grew a beard, and he's viable now because he's figured out that he doesn't have to pander to the left. The effect of Trump disrupted so much that it's the effect, win or lose, the effect of Trump presidency is going to be felt for a long time.
Yeah. Regardless of if you believe it's good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, if you don't believe things are different now than they were 4 years ago, politically speaking, or at least from a Washington perspective, politics, you're living in a different reality.
Maybe I'll do the next live cast on politics.
That'd be interesting.
I'm not trying to win brownie points with those, but I have something to say, and my opinion is slightly different because I grew up on the other side of the Iron Curtain. So some of the things that are theoretical for you guys are very practical for me.
Well, and I would imagine it's probably very like scary in a way. You probably see it and go, "Holy shit, this could happen here." And
we're about it before then because it already happened there.
Yeah, right.
So Joe's out. That's your buddy Keith. I don't think there is an FT club near here. I haven't looked very hard. I'll need to dig into it. There are PRS and RL type places. It's always windy here, so shooting air guns here is really interesting.
You'll get good fast.
Oh, I'll get frustrated fast. That's more my speed, really. But
it's a possibility too.
Depending on which way my kids lean, I'm really curious now. It would probably be interesting for me to start with a hunter class. It seems like it's an easier one to shoot. But I'm a terrible shot, but this looks like really good practice.
It is, and it practices a lot of different things too. Both because you have to shoot kneeling, you have to shoot standing.
Kneeling is the part that's the hardest for me.
You can shoot it standing if you want.
Okay, because just kneeling position is difficult for me because one of the knees is banged up from hitting things for 40 years. That's for you, sir.
So I don't know a whole lot about the gun because it's sold by one place. It looks cool. I've heard there have been some supply issues in terms of them taking like ridiculous amounts of time to get guns to people. And I really haven't heard. I've heard some positive stuff. I don't think I've heard too much negative on it, but I don't have any like firsthand experience to go off of with it. But it kind of seems to be what everybody else is going for as far as like FX impact-ish type of a setup. But like honestly, if you can find something that's readily available, like Rapid Air Weapons HM1000X, the chassis model, or a Dreamline and like the Saber tactical chassis, or an Impact or something like that, that's on hand and ready to ship, that's probably the way I'd go. Because like I said, that's really the biggest hang up with that I've heard is supply issues.
Interesting.
That's another one of those like small kind of couple guy operation type of deals. So
interesting. All right. We outlasted another one. Thank you for joining, Richard.
Yeah, thank you.
My locals website. Only a couple of things are behind the paywall. Most of it is because locals is a libertarian-leaning platform. My assumption is that Facebook, YouTube, all of them are eventually going to kick all of us out. I have local copies of all the different stuff, and on locals.com, I'm going to do more politics than I do on YouTube. Partly because it's relevant. Maybe it's going to fade away after the election. But for now, it's interesting. I've been writing sort of a book on politics for the last 2-3 years, bit by bit, trying to formulate different ideas. And I don't know if I want to publish a book, but maybe I'll do a series of articles on the subject, and that's going to be on locals.com. Because there's certain things that I think all the pundits and all the thinkers are just getting wrong, because they are certain. So it's a good way of saying this. There are a lot of things out there that are profound and difficult, but they're not complex, if that makes sense. Some of the most difficult ideas out there are not complicated. And with most of the contemporary thinkers on both sides of the aisle, they're going for extra complexity. And I think it's vanity. I think it's just because it's making them look smart.
It's easier to confuse people.
They are, there's an expression, you're losing sight of the forest because you're looking at the trees. In the modern world, we are not even seeing the trees. We're looking at the texture on the bark. You have to step away from these things and look at the big things in a more fundamental way. And I think that concept is lost in many ways. So that's kind of what I've been focusing on. I don't sleep very much, so I sit at night and think through things.
I think you and I have the same problem.
Maybe I'll publish it, but maybe I'll do a series of articles on it. Question about the supplies. Supply-wise.
Yeah, supply
in the airgun world?
Say that again, sorry?
Is there a shortage in the airgun world?
Oh, God, yeah. For the first time I can remember, you scroll through our website and most of the stuff's out of stock. And it's not even like they're not coming in. It's like it comes in and it goes right out. It's absolutely insane. It's great and terrible all at the same time. So realistically, I don't know. The demand is so high right now that you're not going to see it calm down. What you're seeing right now is manufacturers and suppliers start to react to it. And what I mean by that is that they're ordering more, which is causing more supply line issues. Because now at a manufacturing level, you have to purchase more materials. They have to, put out more capital to bring in more material to build more guns, and nobody knowing when this is all going to end, it makes it very hard to plan for the future for both the manufacturers and suppliers right now. So I would say, this is all kind of in some way determined by COVID and what the government response to that is. And I don't know if that's really it, or if it's the public opinion, court now. It could be either. But yeah, I think realistically, you're talking about seeing a run on not only firearms and airgun stuff, but all of the supplies across the board, probably for the next 6 months at least.
All right, let me simplify this for you, Phil. If Trump wins the election by April, May 2021, everything is going to be in stock. If Biden wins the election by April, May of 2025, everything's going to be in stock.
Yeah, accurate. Very accurate. Yes. If Biden does get elected, that's going to add a further fuel to the panic that everybody that wants anything that has a trigger on it kind of comes with, and will. Look,
if you and I are completely wrong in our predictions and Biden wins the election and Democrats take over the Senate, all the panic you've seen so far, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
And it's going to be justified.
Yeah. Absolutely.
In the grand scheme of things, the fact that Amy Coney Barrett got into the Supreme Court may be the one saving grace of this whole disaster if Democrats completely take over the two branches of the government.
Yeah, but that'll take time to, you need cases to go through, and that takes time after
until we get President Haley in 4 years.
That's an interesting prediction. Very interesting.
I'll be extremely surprised if Nikki Haley doesn't run for office.
Well, running and becoming president are two different things, but that's interesting.
The first woman president is extremely likely to be a Republican.
I would agree with that, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, but here's the thing: if Biden gets elected,
I don't mean the Harris presidency.
okay.
I wrote an article on that too. You should read it.
Yeah.
It's yeah. So Bill, I think, joined in late. I'm not sure what constitutes as real firearms, but I think you have a couple of ARs.
Yeah, I am actually more of a pistol fan than rifles, quite frankly. I enjoy shooting my ARs, but I enjoy shooting pistols far more, even though I'm far worse at it. But yeah, I don't know, a couple of years ago, I got my CCW and just started like kind of buying pistols left and right, even though I had no reason or the capital to do so. But whatever, got a lot of experience very quickly, and that was just because I was shooting a lot. And yeah, but now I've sold most of those and all that jazz.
So what is your CCW pistol? Remember, there's only one right answer, and anything else will get ridiculed.
I'm curious. No, I carry a Glock 19 every day.
Okay, you're halfway there.
Yeah, well, there's only one right answer, and it's not Glock.
Oh, it's a Glock, just not the.
Oh, you'd go with a 17?
48.
Oh, no, too small.
15 round flush fitting magazine from Shield Arms.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things. Now, I will say,
7 of them. They all work flawlessly.
Do they? All right, good. That's one more positive. I've heard people on both sides. I want a 48 with the. Actually, you know what? I'll probably end up buying a SIG 365 XL because the standard 365. So I have a 43, and I hate it. But I love carrying it, except for the short, barrel, because it hot spots me like right in the kind of hip groin area. But I would buy a 48, probably put a trigger in it, but I'd have to do all the same shit I've done to the 43 in terms of sights and all that BS. So part of me would just rather buy the SIG because the standard 365 was way softer shooting than my 43, and the trigger's a little bit better, not great still. But I feel like the XL is probably the best. But then again, I had somebody comment. I posted a picture of my 19 one time, and they were like, "Wow, how do you carry such a that big of a gun?" Which it's not that big of a gun. But they were like, "How do you carry such a gun? And you're such a small dude." And I was like, "Dude, you remember the last time I saw you? I had it on me the entire time, and clearly you didn't notice."
Every once in a while, for shits and giggles, I carry a long slide Glock 20 with a 6-inch 10mm barrel, and nobody knows I have it on me.
Yeah, right. The holster matters. I mean, there's all these things that come into play.
I hooked up with this holster maker, a guy called Black Label Holsters. So I'm offering discounts on that for channel members. But I'm probably going to make a couple modifications. CCW for fat people is not the same as CCW for people like you.
Yeah, where do you carry? I'm curious.
I primarily hip carry. But I'm also probably going to buy like a subcompact car, because in certain situations I want to carry in the pocket.
Okay.
Right now, the only gun I have that's small enough for pocket carry is a prehistoric 25 ACP Beretta. And I know what Colonel Cooper said about the 25 ACP. I've never seen anybody who volunteered to get shot with it. So
I've never seen anybody who's volunteered to get shot with anything. Now that
exactly.
Airsoft guns.
Yeah, but fundamentally, it's better to have some sort of gun on you, right?
Absolutely.
Than not have anything at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I can carry in hip carry in the winter. I can carry almost anything. Summers where things get complicated, where I need something flatter and all that, so that doesn't print.
The 48 makes sense there, yeah.
And I test my magazines very carefully, and it works well for me. I used to have a 43. I sold it to a buddy of mine when I left California, because you can't get them in California. I was able to get one, so I sold it to him before I left, and I switched to the 48, 43X platform. I do plan to buy 365 XL. It's a good gun. I was joking about the one right answer.
Some people are very serious about it, though.
So I learned to shoot handguns with a Glock. My original full-size Glock started as a 37 SIG. Now it's a 9mm. I have, it's hard to say, something 120, 180,000 rounds through that. You just can't get that kind of familiarity with anything else.
Yeah,
and don't want to rebuild it.
Yeah, I bought, my 19 was my third or fourth pistol. I bought a Gen 5, and there's a guy locally that does stipple work, and I had it stippled because the grip angle just is, it's not bad, it's just weird for me, and I was like, the texturing that's on the Gen 5s is kind of shitty. So I had that done, and it kind of changed the experience for me, and I shot it better and all that shit. So I bought another one, and that's my Gucci Glock, because, you know, I had to do it. Put an RMR on it and all that stuff. You know, it's a great platform. I like it a lot. I've owned like 4 of them, but I've sold the other 2. So.
My basic requirement for CCW is really just 2 things. It has to be reliable, and it has to have no external safeties, decockers, all that sort of stuff. Oh,
you're not a fan? I have like a CZP01 I love. But
I have 911, I have a CZ75, I have a bunch of guns, but I will not carry them.
There's too much other stuff going on.
So I train with the safety. I train with the 911 so that it doesn't hurt me with a Glock, so that I'm used to trying to manipulate the safety. And in the case of a situation that is truly stressful, my basic assumption is that I don't practice enough. And if I don't practice enough, almost everyone listening to this doesn't either.
Yeah.
And my basic assumption is that I don't practice enough, and whatever requires small motor movement needs to be minimized. That's basically it. I can do double action only. I can do striker fired. I used to, my SIG P220 used to be my primary, and I shot it quite well. I finally decided I do not want to change in trigger pull, double to single action. And I can shoot any striker fire to double action pistol, including revolvers, quite adequately. But I don't want to putz around with safeties, decockers, and all that.
Sure. I carry the P01 occasionally, and I'm fine with it because I can decock it and run it in double action. And I sent the gun to Cajun Gun Works because the trigger was just ridiculously heavy. And we talked about that already.
Yeah.
So, now I'm having to relearn it a bit, but now it's at a point where that first shot does not throw me completely off of a man-sized target. So that's a plus. But also, you should check out, if you haven't already, the CZP10 series.
I've played with them at SHOT.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to pick one up just because I like guns. And I learned that collecting handguns requires a lot less safe space, because I have no more space vertically or horizontally in any of my safes.
It's time for a new safe.
Yeah, well, maybe. So the first thing I'm going to do, remember, it's not just me. I have a wife and I have 2 kids.
Sure.
So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to build up a couple more Glock 48 types that they all take the same magazines, and I'll be interspersed through the house in different safes that my wife and I can both open. And once I'm done with that, I can extend my collection of different handguns. More CZs. I really want a CAR T9. Just a beautiful gun.
Interesting.
In terms of the way the contours work, one of the most comfortable guns I've ever felt in my life.
Okay.
Right, and it's double action only, so there's some practical applications, although it's low magazine capacity. There are a bunch that I want, but all in due time. I might be moving in the next few weeks, so my current house is set up so that I don't need night vision, for example. Right, there are small night lights, sort of sporadically interspaced, so that I'm always in the dark and I can see everything else.
Sure.
So once I move into the new house, hopefully we're supposed to close on Wednesday, I need to see how I can set that one up, and that will actually guide the choice of weapons and how it's all set up and all that. People call me paranoid, and they're right. Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Exactly. I'm a big believer in put lights on all the things, as far as guns go. if you're going to carry it, you should probably have a light on it. And if it's going to sit by your bedstand, you should probably have a light on it.
Yeah.
But it to your point, it doesn't solve for all the things that it gives.
No.
It tells everybody where you are.
I set up my house in a way that I can be effective without a light.
It's good.
But new house needs to be set up differently. Yeah, I think that kind of goes into that as well. Honestly, Glock 17 or any of the variants, same business, just bigger.
My Gucci 1911 or not 1911. Wow, sold that. My Gucci Glock 19 with the red dot sits by my bedside, but I don't leave the red dot on because I have a bad thought about keeping electronics on. But it has night sights, so it's not a big deal. I actually kind of still prefer open, or just regular open sights.
Yeah, well, you're what 15 years younger than I give it a little time.
I have astigmatisms too, so the red dots.
So do I. Doesn't matter.
I think it looks like a starburst.
Yeah, we should talk about that. So my carry gun actually has a red dot, but co-witnessed iron sights, so I can use both.
Yeah, same. What red dot? Are you running?
I primarily use RMS Shield RMS-C, an RMS platform, mostly because it's the lowest profile of them all.
Yeah.
Once again, I did a video on that and I wrote a few articles on the subject, but the basic summary is that your muscle memory includes particular sight height and all that, and switching to very tall sights doesn't always work. So I want red dot sights that co-witness with comparatively normal height iron sights. Sure. And co-witnessing is very important. The way we go through, in terms of visual perception, the way we go through acquiring a target, it's not what people think it is. So you want to set up your iron sights so that they are co-witnessed, somewhere in the lower half, lower 1/3 of the window. And you want to sight everything in so that when your iron sights are perfectly lined up, the red dot is sitting right on top of the front sight.
Yeah.
If you set it up that way, and just look at the target, occasionally bring the front sight into focus, everything else will fall in place, and just go practice. That's basically that.
Yeah, I've found that there was a bit of that learning curve, I think, between switching your brain off between looking at the red dot versus trying to focus the sights, finding the dot type of deal, where you're trying to do both versus saying shut up and just figure out one. But once I had to shoot the gun a lot to kind of get to that point where it was just present and find the dot and it was there.
Don't look for a dot. Look for the target and the dot's going to be on it.
Yeah, and then it's the same thing with target transitions where you're looking towards your target and you just physically it finds it. Yeah,
the dot is just there.
Yeah.
If you don't focus on the dot, it looks less screwed up. I also have slight astigmatism. It's not a perfect dot for me. And I spent a lot of time with red dot sights, looking at them and making sense of them. It's at close ranges, the dot being distorted doesn't make a difference. And at longer ranges, I get a magnifier for rifles, something like that. Or with handguns, I just force myself to focus on the irons.
That's why I went to LPVOs, because I was just experiencing too much of the starburst effect with all the red dots. It was frustrating.
Yep, it's annoying, but such is life. Do you have a long gun set up for home defense, anything like that?
Yeah, I have an AR pistol and then a full length AR that I could go either way. The AR pistol is the closer one to my bed, but I'd probably pick up the pistol first, just because I have neighbors relatively close, and I am concerned with the 5.56 round going through walls and stuff. Yeah. Although the ballistics on a 10.5-inch AR barrel are god awful. So,
so I don't do short barrel 5.56 because it's loud.
Yeah,
and one shot will cause permanent hearing damage. My go-to long-ish gun used to be the Honey Badger pistol, 300 blackout subsonic.
Sure.
That ATF just deemed to be something weird, so I had to take it apart.
Read they're going after pretty much anything with a pistol brace on it. So
yeah, it seems that way. We'll see how it goes. Once again, depends on who wins the election. It's okay. Yeah, it's a separate conversation. There are some things behind the scenes, but we'll see. So right now, it's not entirely clear what's going to be my go-to long gun. And once again, the way my house is right now, a long gun is actually not a bad thing. The way the house that I think, hopefully, if all goes well, I'll be moving into goes, it's going to be less practical. Just the way the corridors and everything are set up.
Sure. So pistol or shotgun?
Pistol.
Okay. I know a lot of people that are proponents of the shotgun idea. I get why. I just personally I don't like shotguns.
So my basic assumption is that I for defensive purposes I like shotguns, but if you always need to have very clear idea what's behind the guy, and the way that house is structured, it's not going to be necessarily a very good option. And also the distances are going to be comparatively short. Given, it's a nice way of saying this, it doesn't make me sound that much of an arrogant jackass. Given what I am, a nice blade at those ranges, I can pretty much carve you up before you pull the trigger. And I'm comparatively competent at that.
It's a helpful skill to have.
And I'm not that terrible with a handgun.
Didn't sound like it from that whole headshot story you were telling me earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not very good compared to people who actually are good, right? It's one of those things. So I always say that I'm a terrible shot, and I kind of am. But, there's people like you. I'm very friendly with David Tubb and all these guys, right? So my standards are very different.
Yeah.
And it's the same things, with martial arts with a blade. I'm not that good. But people who are better than I am fight professionally, right?
Good skills, man. Good skills.
So it's one of those things. Once I get into a new house, I'll reevaluate and I'll strategize and I'll have a plan. One of the things that, and I'm as guilty of it as anybody else, shit, we're at 4.5 hours. Man, you're a trooper, Tyler.
I'm up this late anyway, so not a big deal.
So people think about gear too much, and they don't think through what they're going to do enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's kind of a biggie. Planning and strategy will get you much further than the latest and greatest or of the gear. Yeah. So in terms of gear, as much as I like to play with nice and fancy stuff, for the actual practical applications, I tend to go a little bit simpler and think through stuff.
Yeah,
that makes sense too.
There's something to be said for becoming overly familiar with the things you're going to have to use in those situations. Like I probably shoot my CCW pistol far more than I shoot any of my other pistols. And I think about it from the perspective of that's the gun I usually have on me. So that's the one I should be most familiar with, because shit hits the fan. It's exactly what I'm reaching for.
That's the right way of thinking about it. Okay. What else do we have? What's ICF?
I don't know.
It sounds like it's some sort of a safe room or something like that.
It's interesting.
ICF. Beardo, if you're still there, well, I assume you are. You asked the question a minute ago. Can you specify what ICF is and where in Nevada you are? Maybe I'll come visit.
And I think one of the issues with that it would work for me, I guess, because I live alone. Well, I live with a dog. I have an alarm system. It's my dog. She. Oh, interesting.
Huh.
I suppose that would work if you don't have any loved ones that you're concerned about that sleep in other rooms, like if you don't have kids, right?
Yeah, I have a wife and 2 kids. So.
Yeah, so unless you create every room has a steel door and insulated concrete, then that's great. But
so looking forward to it, sir. It's not a bad idea. The way I live, I don't think it's practical. For me. But also, given the neighborhood that I'm moving in, I'm pretty much the worst thing they've ever seen.
So it's what you're saying is that it's unlikely that the riffraff is far away, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, they're far away, but they do home invasions in neighborhoods like where I live. But they generally scout the areas and try to make sure there's nobody home. It does happen sometimes when somebody is home, and that's why we train. My basic assumption is going to be that my wife and kids are going to be in bed or out of bed groggy and not maneuverable. I will not have time to herd them to whatever the safe allocation is. And you also, so one of the things, so tactical training is an interesting thing. One of the things you have to really understand and be very clear on is what your personal tendencies are. Because we're all wonderful, reflective, deep thinking, and strategic at 5 in the evening after a nice coffee cup, right? At 3 in the morning, when somebody just woke you up,
Loud
you will
bang.
default to whatever your training is and whatever your personality is. My personality strongly suggests that whatever is in my house uninvited will get shot, stabbed, cut, chopped, trampled on, let the rinse and repeat before I wake up. And I've been around. That's sort of what I am. It's not necessarily the smartest or the best way to go, but I'm not convinced I can be anything else if you wake me up at 3 in the morning.
It's an interesting way to look at it.
It's very difficult to be. Being honest with yourself is one of the most different things you can do as a man, right?
Yeah.
Removing
Removing the ego from the conversation. Removing your ego from the conversation.
You don't have to remove it. If that part of the ego is an integral part of you, that's going to affect how you act. You could not remove it. You have to.
Coming to grips with what you're good and bad at, I suppose, is a better way to say
you
it.
You have to know how you react to stress. That's why we train. But also remember, I'm a lifetime martial artist, so I've seen simulated stress, but I've also seen some very real stress. I'll tell you a story. Some of the guys who are still awake may have heard it. By the way, you don't have to stick around here for the entire thing. I'll be here until the last question is answered, right? You can go to sleep if you want to. It's later for you.
Yeah, soon.
When I was in college, so I have a degree in applied physics from Caltech. That's sort of my background. I kind of burned out during my senior year, and I spent 2-3 months basically camping and trying to regroup. Something happened. I couldn't focus on anything, just completely burned out, just too much stress and pressure. I was up in the mountains above Santa Barbara in California, not far from Cachuma Lake, late November, I think. Fairly cold, completely empty campgrounds. Nobody else is out there. I'm sitting in front of my campfire, frying a hot dog, enjoying the solitude. 2 guys come out of nowhere. No freaking clue where they came out from. There's nobody else there but me and them. Sit down at my campfire, start asking me all sorts of interesting questions. Where I'm from, what am I doing there, whether I'm alone. And I've got this sphincter Parker factor thing happening. Because 2 of them, one of me, I don't know who else is out there. Looking back on it, they were probably growing weed on the other side of the hill or something. But I don't know, right? Yeah. So I had one of those, I heard about somebody doing this. Somehow it came to my head. I had one of those little short special forces little shovels, cold steel makes or used to make. Mine was sharp, and I took that shovel, started chopping wood with it. So they looked at me operate the shovel, picked up and left. And I packed up and left. And I was thinking about it. I got into guns after that. So if I'm alone, I can just run. And good luck finding me in the dark.
Right.
I have a wife and 2 preteen kids. I do not have an option of retreating.
Right. You're not running anymore.
No, I can't. Yeah. There's no option there, right? And during initiation of a home invasion, I do not have an option to run. The kids do not sleep in the same room as I do. If you don't run away, you have to run toward whatever is coming. Because if you stay in the same place, you die.
Yeah.
It's not a complicated concept, but nobody thinks about it.
Right.
Okay. There is a quick question from Bill. So, Bill, I'm going to do a review on a couple of Romeo red dots. Generally, they're pretty good. For AR, Romeo 4T is a viable aimpoint competitor. But I'm planning, because they're assembled in the US, I want to do a review on assembled in the US, so we'll know more soon. I like what I see so far.
I've heard good things as well.
Yeah,
for what it's worth.
All right, it's been 4 hours and 33 minutes. Tyler, you're a survivor, man. You're on the East Coast. You need to go to sleep. I still have those lamb chops waiting for me downstairs.
Enjoy.
I really appreciate you coming on. This was a lot of fun. Thank you. It was nice of you. You didn't have to. I really appreciate it.
No, I enjoyed it. Yeah, thanks for having me. And who knows, maybe we'll do this again in the future.
I like this. I'm doing this every couple of weeks. So
it's fun.
So whenever you feel like you want to stay up late at night, I'll send you one of these. You do have to drink a man's drink and whatever, not whatever it is you were drinking that made you go to the bathroom all the time.
Whiskey and ginger? What's wrong with that?
Ginger. Just whiskey is good.
I'm more of a Scotch guy if I'm going to do something straight, but
okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, all right, good. Vegas. I'll find something we can agree on there.
If anything is open, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, worst case, I'll see you in Vegas.
I hope so.
Yeah. And Deirdre, I think you're the last survivor, man. Thank you for sticking around. Shit, it's very interesting. It's 4.5 hours. At what time duration? Good night, Bill. At what time duration should I restrict the comments to just channel members? Trying to decide.
I'd probably do it early, so they get their questions answered first.
I need to try it. It's not clear to me whether I can start it with members only asking questions and then open it up. It's not clear to me how the options work. Maybe I should do every other one, just channel members or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
If I want to do it.
Something to think about.
Yep. Because once again, we're running into an issue of time. I'm willing to do this for quite a long time, but at some point it gets too late.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thank you, Tyler. I'm going to end the broadcast. Thank you all who chimed in. Thank you for the good questions, guys. And I will be back here probably in a couple of weeks. Good night.